Good morning, guys. Welcome out to Revolution. We're going to have a look at the latest video by Mark Ward, Do We Have the Text of John 11? Now, when I went through this, I found quite a lot of it was quite boring. And so, unfortunately, that will make my video a little bit boring. And I was tempted to go through and just cut out the snippets where Mark Ward's talking about things, but it's pretty hard to do that when you don't have the context. And so it can take hours and hours and hours of time to do that, where I prefer just to do things live and just deal with it that way. And so we're going to start from the beginning. We're going to go through the whole thing. And so basically he has this guest come on the show. I should really know his name here. And so he has this guest come on the show, and basically he has studied John 11. And he's going through John 11, and he's saying, there's hardly any textual variance. Now, if you were to go through the Bible, the book with the least variation in it is probably the Gospel of John, in a sense where, like you look at just a bog standard thing, like if I just go to, say, textual variance in the Bible, just on Wikipedia. Okay, so when you look at John, 5 variants in John 1, 1 variant in John 2, 3 variants in John 3. Now, if you go down and compare that with, say, Jude, down the bottom here, 82 variants in Jude. So you're looking at a book that doesn't have many textual variants in it. Now, I understand this is Wikipedia, so this is a work in progress, so these numbers can be very different. So obviously, Tommy Wasserman's collated the entire field of manuscripts in Jude. So I think that's why that's such a high number. But I'm just pointing out that basically, if you were to go through, like some of my websites that I go to, like say Scion of Zion, this is a really good website to go to. If you just type in Scion of Zion KJ comparisons.html, you will come to this section. And so what you have is he has a list of places where, say, Matthew 5:22, let's just open that up. Matthew 5:22, without a cause. And so that's a huge issue. It makes Jesus a sinner if you don't have that clause in there. And so it just basically says, if you get angry, you're in danger of judgment. But Jesus got angry. And so that's, obviously these are dumb, silly, stupid readings that are introduced by the critical text guys. They don't seem to have a problem with it. They can have a schizophrenic Jesus. We don't want that. And so the Textus Receptus is completely stable and doesn't have any of these type of issues. And when you're going out preaching and, you're dealing with people like, I'm not sure how many of these, people like Mark Ward and others, if they're dealing face to face with people, using Bart Ehrman argumentation, or face to face with Muslims, doing debates with them. And oftentimes the Muslims, like when you look at, say, James White, they just straight away do with 1 John 5:7. So he has to have this elaborate story about Curtis Morfortianus and Erasmus slipping on banana peels and running around, being a bozo. And so they have all these type of stories behind each one of these to try and explain away why there's contradictions in the Bible. So the great thing about the Textus Receptus position is you don't have to do that. Usually it's just misunderstandings of people reading things wrong. But when you read through this, it's very clear that if you get angry with your brother without a cause, without a very good reason. So if you hate someone because they're white, black, Chinese, African, whatever, you are a racist. And so here it says, if you just get angry with someone, with your brother, without a cause, you're in danger of judgment. But Jesus got angry. He had good cause to be angry at times. And so we have good cause to be angry. And so this changes the Bible. It changes the way that we live our life. Is it good to get righteously angry at pedophilia in Hillsong? Now, if you haven't been following the case in Australia, we're into our second week of Hillsong examination. So Brian Houston covered up the rape of 14 little boys that his father did, who started Hillsong Church. And what you see is they're only dealing with one case. I don't know why they're not dealing with the other 13 cases. Now, when I was instrumental in bringing this to light, when we rang the Royal Commission in 2014, they were doing an investigation into child abuse in the churches. And so I knew the former Assemblies of God General Secretary who quit in 1993 because there was so much rubbish happening with people like Benny Hinn coming in and all laughing revival and all this. So he quit. He said, I'm over this. This is ridiculous. But he started to write against the OG. And so he knew firsthand a lot of material about what happened with Frank Houston and how he was a child abuser. And so I tried to bring this to light many times. If you go to Frank Houston's Wikipedia page, in 2007, I was trying to make this known. But the paid Hillsong people were on there deleting my comments. So it's quite interesting that they were trying to cover this up. And so this is in the courts at the moment. And so am I right to be angry with people who rape little boys? Yes, we are right. We have righteous anger. And the Bible's very clear about this. And it's just very strange that these things are taken out. But I'm just showing you just one example. And so when you go through this list, you go through, okay, so if I was to choose which chapter, if I was Mark Warden just saying, oh, there's really no differences, you know, the TR people are just blowing this out of proportion. Well, I would go through a list here and, you know, it's Matthew 1:25 and Matthew 4:18. I'd probably go, oh, Matthew 3, you know, let's go to that one because it's the most boring one because like even Matthew 2, there's hardly any difference. But see, even in that, what you've got to take into consideration is how things are translated. So if you look at the Magi or Magoi or however they want to put it in their modern version, they say that these are fire-worshipping occultists. Many times in the footnotes, it'll say that they are fire-worshipping occultists, astrologers, and I've done a video on that. If you go to my website, since it's Christmas, and we've got the wise men, see what the new Bibles are saying about how these occult, fire-worshipping psychopaths went and visited Jesus. Now, can you imagine them with their, you know, chickens with their heads cut off, and you know they're dancing around, they're blowing out fire, and they're coming to baby Jesus and Mary, and they're saying, "Hey, we've come from the east. That we're the Magoi. We worship fire," you know. And many apologists say that these guys were occultists. And this comes from the reading of Magoi. They just put in magic. You know, they're into magic. They don't look at any other MAG or MEG words like majestic or magistrates or there's so many other words that they could have chosen. But no, magic. You know, they have to keep it spicy. They have to keep the Bible industrial complex rolling along with these new Bibles coming out all the time. They have to keep it saucy and spicy. And so, you know, instead of wise men, you know, if you went back in a time machine 100 years ago, would have been, the wise men, a nice Christmas story. Now, can you imagine doing a children's play with one of these modern versions, just getting the guys with the chickens and their heads cut off, and they're like, yeah, we're worshipping fire, and, you know, here's baby Jesus, and some guy with all tattoos all over his face just going up to baby Jesus and kissing him on the forehead, and, you know, then they're getting the chicken blood and pouring it over their head, and, you know, that's what these new Bibles do, and that's not even in the Greek. It's not a Greek issue. It's just the way they translate. So there's layer upon layer upon layer of deception. So we are dealing with that in this generation. These are the last days. Jesus said, beware that no man deceive you. For many, notice this, many shall come in my name and say, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Now, it's not the Indian gurus who are saying, I am Christ, and it's people saying he is the Christ. Jesus is speaking in the first person. He's saying, many will come and say that I'm the Christ. They'll say that I'm the Messiah, but they're deceivers. So we see the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Mormons, and many of these text critics are Bart Ehrmans. Many of these guys who come across as like, you know, butter wouldn't melt in their mouth, and they've got the neon smile, and they're all lovely. Many times these guys are Bart Ehrman, but just with they've ticked a few extra boxes and said, "Oh, well, I believe in God," sort of thing. And it's quite interesting when we get to the end of this video, they sort of praise, Carlo Martini and his work, and it's quite interesting. So when we go through this video, we'll notice that John 11, there's not that many issues. There's, say, John 11:41, it has from the place where the dead was laid. Okay. So that's just one issue. But when you go through, say, this is a New King James footnotes, it has the NU, or the Nestle Aland United Bible Society text, has supposing that she was going, has omits from the place where the dead was lying, and has you instead of us. So there's only like 4 issues according to the New King James, which has 40,000 footnotes. Now, sometimes the New King James doesn't have accurate footnotes, but this is one of the tools that I use when I'm working on Bible translation. And so I make sure that I double check these areas just in case there has been some sort of influence from a certain Greek text or a certain translation. And so we go through these and make sure these are all ironed out when we're going through making Textus Receptus Bibles. So yeah, so if we go through the text variants, we just go to John. Here we see 5 variants, 1 variant. Now, obviously, if I think that these could get up to, like, the real number of variants in a chapter, you're probably looking at, say, John chapter 4, maybe 60 variants, but almost all of them are just a movable new at the end of words. So we say an apple. We don't say a apple. No. And we put the N on the end of a to make it an, just because we understand how vowels work, and we don't want to have an A facing another A. So we put an N in between to make it palatable, to make the grammar correct. So that they do that in Greek a lot. And so oftentimes it's just variants like that. So they're not even really worth mentioning. Okay. But yeah, we get to John 11. There's it's just not like, at least these have 1. I'm sure that they could boister that out to quite a lot, but this doesn't even have 1. They haven't even mentioned that 1 that I just showed you before. The where are we? From the place where the dead was. They haven't mentioned that in Wikipedia yet, but it just goes to show you that this is obviously a chapter that hardly has any variants. So why haven't they dealt with a few chapters earlier? It's a Pericope Adulterae, 12 complete verses are deleted in chapters 7 and 8. Why aren't they dealing with the last 12 verses of Mark? Why don't they deal with a place in Revelation where there's a whole bunch of variation? Well, no, that doesn't fit in with Mark Ward's story. Why let the pesky facts get in the way of Mark Ward's story? And so we're going to go through this. We've got quite a few people in the chat here. We've got Docky, we've got Joseph Green. We have Joseph Green says, when I see James White try and provide why a verse should be removed, he only provides his series to get around the facts. Yeah, it's quite sad in a way, and sometimes he actually thinks that a word should be in there, like the reading of God was manifest in the flesh. He believes theos should be there. In his book, which I have right in front of me here, he actually says that he prefers the reading God was manifest in the flesh, and he believes there's enough Greek support for it. And that's where I just turn around and go, well, how come you agree with that and the Greek support for it, but there's other verses that have way more Greek support, and you reject them and go with Vaticanus? So he doesn't have a balanced standard. He's just going with his feelings. He's going, okay, well, I feel that that's a good verse against the Jehovah's Witnesses, so I'm going to use that. So that's what we find, these apologists. If the verse suits them debating a Jehovah's Witness, they'll want to add that in or subtract it if it looks weird or whatever. And so that's what we find. These people aren't really the science of textual criticism isn't a science, it's an art form. And so they're doing Picasso paintings, and we're not really interested in that. We're interested in truth. We're interested in what the Bible says. And can these guys ever commit the sin that's in Revelation 22, 18 and 19? I mean, it says don't add to, don't take away from the Bible. Okay, so the Bible clearly says that, and it says there's punishments if you do that. So can these guys do that? Can they actually commit a sin like that? You know, they're like, oh, this verse should be in, or these eight, you know, words should be out, or these 12 verses should be thrown in the bin. Or, you know, when does it get to the point where they've actually tampered with the Word of God? They don't seem to have a boundary. I mean, I guess if it comes to the point where you're going Gospel of John, delete, or 2 John, delete, you know, that's when they go, oh, it's messing with the canon, you know. But we're pretty clear that it says if you add to the words, not just this is like talking about one single word or two words. Every word matters. See, to these people, those words don't really matter as long as you got the general story. You know, you got the general Christmas story, and you've got the, you know, 3 wise men, and you've got, you know, just the general story. You know, as long as that's still there, they're fine. You know, they can be witch doctors or whatever, but as long as you've got baby Jesus being born into the world, that's, you know, just a general vague sort of idea, because God preserved the message, not the words, apparently. Where my Bible says He preserved the words, and the message is from the words. You change one little word. In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was a God. That's the Jehovah's Witness version. People lose their mind over that. But what about the 12 verses taken out? So many verses. Anyway, so I could talk about that all day, but we want to get into this video. So let's just go back to the beginning of this, and we'll see what Mark Ward's got to say. Now, I'm going to have to check the sound. So I'm just going to open this up.
It's my great delight to have on the channel today.
It's my great delight to have.
Okay, so the sound is working. Let's get straight into it.
It's my great delight to have on the channel today a brand new friend. We don't go way back, but I've listened to several presentations of his, one of which I want you to hear. His name is Daryl Post. Daryl is a former teacher at Maranatha Baptist University some time ago and is going to tell us more about what he does. But what I wanted to bring him on the channel for was this presentation of his, Can We Know the Text? I heard a recording of this that he did, I believe, at his own local church, and it was just excellent. I'm basically always on the lookout for people who are able to introduce the topic of New Testament textual criticism in a faithful, inerrantist, conservative, evangelical way.
In a faithful way, so not believing in every word of God, but doubting some of the words. Just enough so you agree with, Dan Wallace, or you agree with Mark Ward or James White. You have to doubt some of the words. See, if you believe all of the words are settled, you are an occultist, basically. You are a textual absolutist. Your brain is fried. Your theology is out. You're probably, just on the fringes of being, a snake handler and some sort of dimwit who's sitting on the porch playing his banjo. If you believe that we have all the words. Now, if you believe we have nearly all the words, they love you. These guys think that you are the best. Now, if you think that you have a little bit less than all the words that these guys have, like, say, Bart Ehrman, then you are a skeptic, and you're a horrible person too. And so you just basically have to agree with them. You have to agree with them and the Academy. It's a bit like James White with his 5 categories of who's a King James onlyist. He sort of throws everyone into the whole bag of you're all King James only because you're not critical text. Now, when you reverse that and you just say, well, basically just if you're not critical text, you're in a cult. That's basically what they're saying. So sometimes it's good to just reverse everything around, look at the other side of the coin at what they're saying. And so you just have to agree with Mark Ward and his buddies who... Let me just show you who Mark Ward works for. Now, I've done this quite a few times, but some people forget. I forget. I'm a bit like a goldfish. I can forget these things. So I like to remind myself and everyone else that this is who Mark Ward works for. So he works for a company called Faithlife. Now, Faithlife, they're involved with Lexham Press. And so we know Logos Bible software. People get excited, like, wow, I can have access to all the early church fathers, Strong's numbers and dictionaries and all this sort of stuff. And so you go through and if you want to take out a $10,000 loan and get this thing, it's like, wow, you'll be a brainiac. But have a look at this site here, Verbum. It's very similar, isn't it? Well, I've noticed their Faithlife logo has disappeared. I wonder if Mark Ward had anything to do with that. Maybe that's just, I'm a conspiracy theorist, apparently. That's blue-blooded alien Area 51 nonsense. That's just entered into my mind because I'm a King James only psychopath and I can't think for myself, and I don't even know the Greek alphabet, apparently. So we look at Verbum. We look at logo, still very similar, but all the Faithlife logo is gone. But we can see everything else is pretty similar. Okay, so I wonder if we can go Faithlife. Faithlife, yeah, here we are down the bottom. Faithlife, blah, blah, blah. Let's have a look at this one, Faithlife. Oh, there's only one Faithlife. It's almost like they're trying to hide that. But let's just have a look. Let's click on that Faithlife here. Faithlife.com. Yep, let's go onto the same page. So here we are. See, that symbol was there, but we seem to have dropped that. Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah, awesome. So yeah, why am I showing you Verbum? I should really, show you the reason. Sometimes I think people will just get it instantly. Let's have a look at books, Catholic Bibles. Let's look at some modern papal wisdom. Of course, we all want to hear what the Pope has to say about everything, because he's such a good guy. Here he is, A Year with Pope Francis. I mean, so, this is Verbum. They're part of Faithlife, Logos Bible Software. So they're selling these books on the site. So these are the guys who pay Mark Ward to come against the King James Bible, to talk about you and me and what we believe, and to misrepresent us in front of the world. And to get, just like after like, you imagine having the Catholics behind you, or just the vague sort of ecumenical sort of movement behind you. I mean, you could just do a video on anything and they're just like, oh, Mark Ward, we love you, just these vague sort of Christians, evangelicals, God's revolution. Wow, maybe I can join with the Catholics in Revolution Church. God's revolution. Well, Youth Day. It's quite interesting that Hillsong were the band for the Pope when he came to Australia in the year 2000, and these guys are so compromised. But yeah, so it just seems like Mark Ward. I wonder, if he's going to later on, come around and start selling these. He could be a door-to-door salesman selling this papal wisdom to people. Anyway, I just sort of show you that, just to let you know what's happening. Let's let Mark continue. Getting tongue-tied there.
But in a way that's as accessible as possible.
So I've got a 1.25, so it's a little bit fast, but you'll get used to it.
There, in my estimation, are kind of two big groups out there, at least the ones that loom large in my mind. I'm kind of setting aside the secularists out there because they just don't loom large in my mind. But the textual absolutists, as we say in this channel, versus the textual confidence folks, that's me and my friends, and I think pretty much all of Orthodox evangelicalism, going back a long ways. But anyway, the absolutist side says that the whole question of New Testament textual criticism, how do we figure out which of the manuscripts and which of the readings of the manuscripts we should use for New Testament translations? They say it's easy, it's very simple. You choose the pure one and you reject the corrupted one. But if I were to hand,
yeah, that's pretty easy. I mean, if you see corruptions in the Word of God, it's a good chance that there's something wrong there. And so, but listen to what Mark says. If he was to hand
one sheet of either of these to those individuals, in my experience, they could not tell me which one is the corrupt and which one is the pure.
Like if I just went read this Greek and read that Greek, well, that's why we have examined the manuscripts, Mark, and that's why we go through these manuscripts, we look at them, and we can see really silly and really stupid readings. And so oftentimes it comes down to, this manuscript is almost completely and utterly corrupt, like Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. So these two don't even agree with each other. They're all over the place. And so, there's 3,000 differences between them just in the Gospels alone. if we were to use the different methodologies, that was only using a handful of methodologies. If we were to use all the methodologies, there would be up to 17,000 differences just in the Gospels. So these two manuscripts, I don't even know why they call them Alexandrian, as if they're brother and sister. It's like that they're poles apart in many readings. And so who do you go with? One time they'll go with Vaticanus, next time they'll go with Sinaiticus. Sometimes Sinaiticus will have a really dumb, stupid reading, but they go, well, that's really dumb and stupid. They go with Vaticanus. But then the next reading, they both have a dumb reading, but they go with it because it's like, well, the oldest and best agree, So that's their science. Their science is an art form. It's Picasso. So, but he's saying that if they put the documents into the hands of someone, just a layperson like myself, I don't have any credentials, I don't have an alphabet soup after my name, but if they were to put these in front of me, I wouldn't be able to tell which one's corrupt, apparently. But it's pretty amazing. These guys have a fluid Bible. It's always chopping and changing. And one of the things that's come out recently is James White in his debate with Jeff Riddle. He was saying to Jeff Riddle, so if we found a manuscript with all these other readings, a first century manuscript, you wouldn't change from the TR. You would just stick with the TR and that's it. And Jeff Riddle turned the question around and said, so if we found all these manuscripts, would your Bible change? He's like, no, it wouldn't change. It wouldn't change, and all this. But he just had to turn the question around. And so this is what Peter Van Cleek did in his argumentation. And James White just simply wouldn't answer this because he knows when you reverse it back on him, he's got this fluid Bible. And didn't the Bible change around Westcott and Hort's time? Didn't it change from, the TR was finally toppled, and then the critical text, Frankenstein monster of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, was put together, and that became the standard. And so, isn't there 8,000 changes? Isn't there 2,900 less Greek words in their text? And there's a whole bunch of additions, and they've chopped and changed the whole thing. It's a mess. It's just an absolute abortion. And so they've done this, but then they won't admit that could happen again. Can't they find another Sinaiticus or Vaticanus at somewhere? And go, well, they're the best now. Or can't CBGM, when they're dealing with the coherence-based genealogical method, can't they go, well, actually, Codex Beza is close to this reading, and they start going with that and favoring that? I'm probably giving them ideas, but that'll sell Bibles, Codex Beza, and just beef that up as if it's an overlooked manuscript. And I'm sure Bart Ehrman can be a salesman for that. But these Bible, why can't they reject Vaticanus and Sinaiticus like they did Codex Beza? This has these guys are the ones causing problems in Christianity. The Textus Receptus is very stable text. Then these guys have come along and introduced a whole bunch of contradictions, historical errors, geographical errors. Just it's like now Mark Ward's like, oh, it's all a satanic conspiracy, apparently, according to the TR King James guys. It's a satanic conspiracy. No, we understand that there are just dumb people out there, and there are scholars who claim to be scholars, like I would say this of many of Mark Ward's contemporaries, that they couldn't shine the shoes of people like Theodore Beza or Stephanus or even Erasmus or King James translators, that they wouldn't even probably the guys who were serving them cups of tea when they were translating would probably know way more Greek and Hebrew and Latin than Mark does, And so at the end of the day, it just comes down to who are you going to trust? Are you going to trust that these guys with their new ShamWow Bibles, with their papal books that they can sell on the flip side of Logos Bible software, they're paying for Mark Ward's car, they're paying for his house, they're paying for his children's education, and they're getting money from deceiving Roman Catholics. To me, that's immoral. To me, that's something that needs to be. It's a character assassination against Mark Ward that needs to be addressed. This was brought to me by Vladimir Pandovsky. He talked about this, and I had no idea, and I looked into it, and I was like, yeah, how can this guy work for a group that is so compromised? And basically, you're working alongside with the Vatican. But then it's not really a surprise. Stephen Boyce on his Facebook, he was like, oh, so many people are compromising with the Catholics. And I just showed him a picture of the NA 27th edition, where I might just quickly look it up. If I just type in Vatican Bible Societies, go to images, let's have a look. Yeah, there's probably a whole bunch of other stuff that'll come up too. Maybe not my new mouse has got the actual mouse sounds. Okay, so let's type in Will Kinney because he has it on his website. Wow, I thought it would come up first, actually. Okay, so Vatican Bible. Will Kinney, here we go. So this is from the 27th edition, and it's pretty clear that they are in cahoots. The text shared by these two editions, so that would be the NA 27 and the UBS 4, was adopted internationally by Bible societies, and following an agreement between the Vatican and the United Bible Societies, it has served as the basis for new translations and for revisions made under their supervision. This marks a significant step with regard to interconfessional relationships. Don't you just want to be there with the Catholics? You know, they're praying to their witch, which they've named the biblical Mary. I mean, what a blasphemy against poor Mary. She's just a very simple girl, and, you know, she was obedient to God. But now they've made her some sort of, you know, hybrid witch, which can answer the prayers of everyone at once, like God can. And she can calm Jesus down because she's the mother. You know, so you chant to her, and so, you know, Hail Mary, full of grace, and all this stuff, and, you know, you can pray the beads and, you know, all that stuff, and you know, say that she's the mother of God, and but yeah, you know, you can have popes, you can have nuns, you can have Vaticans, you can have, you know, councils and inquisitions. This is the Catholic cult, the biggest cult in the world. This marks a significant step in regard to interconfessional relationships. It should naturally be understood that this text is a working text in the sense of a century-long Nestle tradition. It is not to be considered as divinitive. So this isn't the Bible or the finished Bible yet, you know. Anyway, I just wanted to point out the Catholic thing. I could read through the introduction to this and just be like, I'd lose my mind, you know, at how unbiblical it all is. But yeah, apparently we're the cultists. These guys, you know, this is the NA 27th edition, and they're saying, yeah, we're with the Catholics, we're with the Vatican. But apparently we're the bad guys, we're the occultists, you know, we're the fools. You've got to get with the program, get with the Vatican, get with the Pope, and you've got to get with Mark Ward and Faithlife and Verbum. Then, you know, you'll be part of the cool kids group. And so I just sort of show you that. So let's let Mark continue.
They can't tell by looking at the Greek what they're actually encountering. And so maybe
I can't tell by looking at the Greek what I'm encountering. Okay, so let's just try this. Okay, so I'll just look up. I'll show you exactly what I'm looking at. So let's go for the center. CSNTM. Let's have a look. Center for New Testament manuscripts. We'll just go straight to a gospel text, and I'll see if I can look at it, think about it. And, yeah. Okay, manuscripts. Okay. Yeah, let's go to down here. Let's go to the Gospels. Let's open this P1. Zoom in there. Okay, so it says Biblos Genesios Jesu in the Nomina Sacriform, Christu, which is in nomen sacra form as well. Uyo, which is the son of, and that's also in nomen sacra form, which is interesting. David, so it's got it spelled out, so it doesn't just have the Velta and Velta with the nomen sacra. And then it's missing, and then it says Abraham, and that's where it will finish, because then it's Abraham and Genesenton Ark. So I can look at that, I can think about that. In fact, if I go to my website, tr.org.au, you can see where I've actually done a bit of an article on this. So if you go through, the blue ones are pages where I've got a bit of information. There mightn't be much, there might be a lot, but I've done lots of minuscules. You can go through that. Now, a lot of this was information that was being put onto Wikipedia. Now, there's an interesting guy called, I'll just have a look at the history here. An interesting guy on Wikipedia called, that would be on the discussion, Leslie. So he is from Poland, but he is prolific in, Leslie. Lezek. So if you go to Wikipedia and look for this guy, he has pretty much almost created every page to do with the Bible. He's not a TR guy. Now he used to comment on my website. He used to edit on my website and things like that. But then I guess he was just like, oh, this guy's a TR guy. He's got a barrow to push, and so then he bailed and he didn't want anything more to do with it. And so that's fine. So I just was following his work on Wikipedia and many times grabbing the information and putting it onto mine. So if we go to Papyrus 1 here, you can see the homework that I've done. So there's the same information. I've basically got a description talking about the nomen sacra again. Actually, it has another nomen sacra form there, the Weo or son. So I haven't put that there. Yeah, this one. That's Weo. So, yeah, Vivlos, Genesios, Jesu Christu, Uyo David, Uyo Abraham. So it's pretty much stock standard Matthew chapter 1, verse 1. And so this is only Matthew 1:1 to 1:23. And so obviously there's a bunch of stuff missing because it's fragmentary. And so if we look at the works of Herman Hoskier, he went through and showed where Papyrus 1 differs from Vaticanus, because they said it's a manuscript that backs up Vaticanus. Okay, so I've got the history there of when it was found. I've got links to New Testament papyri, or the Oxyrhynchus, and so you can go down, you can see that, you can see the Wikipedia article, New Testament manuscripts, but I've also scanned in this book, and so this is Grenfell and Hunt on Oxyrhynchus. So they're specifically talking about this manuscript, so they're bringing up, so far as the papyrus goes, it tends to support the text of Westcott and Hort against the Textus Receptus. So that's why I put it here, because then you look years later, and Herman Hoskier, he says that this is not true. And so I've put all that information there. So if you want to know about that manuscript, you can look through that. So apparently, let's just look at what Mark Ward's saying about me and about you, and let's just see what he's saying. Let's just go back here.
Maybe.
So 138. Let's go to. I just want to see what he's saying is true, because we want to give Mark Ward the benefit of the doubt. We don't want to just say he's just because he's involved with selling cultic literature in that could be paying his mortgage. We don't want to just say that he is deceptive through and through. Obviously, there's good points in it, everyone, and broken clock can be right twice a day as well. And so we just want to check, is he correct about us?
Readings and manuscripts we should use for New Testament translations. They say it's easy, it's very simple. You choose the pure one and you reject the corrupted one. But if I were to hand one sheet of either of these to those individuals, in my experience, they could not tell me which one is the corrupt and which one is the pure. They can't tell by looking at the Greek what they're actually encountering. And so maybe
I don't think that's true. Okay, so who's he talking about? I mean, is he talking about Edward Hills? Edward Hills definitely knew the Greek language, and he could decipher, which manuscripts were, Byzantine, basically, in the old school categorization of groups, Byzantine, Alexandrian, Caesarean, or Western. When you look at D.A. Waite, he's been around for years. He's still alive. This is in 1992, and he. It says on the back here that he has a BA in classical Greek and Latin. So he knew his Greek. He looked at manuscripts. Who's he talking about? I guess maybe David Cloud. He's prolific in writing about this type of thing. I just can't figure out which person he's talking about. I guess it's the backwater pastor in a small little town who's got 30 followers on YouTube, who is made a video, and that's who Mark Ward's going to go after. Why doesn't he choose someone like, say, Gavin McGrath? I can show you some of Gavin McGrath's work. So let's have a quick look at Gavin. Okay, so I'll just quickly look at his books. So he's got a full commentary on the received text that he's working on. This is his life's work. So let's look at the details of this commentary on the text of Matthew 1 to 9. So in PDF form, this is all free online. Anyone can look at it. So I'll just go to a random page. Okay, so let's go down here. Let's go Matthew 8:5. Unto them, the TRNAV has that. The preliminary textual discussion. First matter. There are often more variants than I analyze on a given reading. My tendency is to isolate those of interest in the contemporary battle of Neo-Byzantine versus Neo-Alexandrian, although some reference is also made to the historic hundreds of years of warfare in the pre-Vatican II battle of Protestant Neo-Byzantine versus Latin papers. Of course, after the Vatican II Council, the papists, feeling that they had gotten the worst of it in their unsuccessful battle with the Neo-Byzantine schools received text, hoped that by locking their sinking fortunes into the religiously liberal Protestants, and so he's talking about that type of issue. Okay, so he has inside the closed class of sources here in Matthew 5:15 N. So I'm pretty sure that's the manuscript that is in Jerusalem. 022, 6th century, incorrectly reads the Greek ofdun of them. Hence, no reference is made in this manuscript, infra. So the second matter, diatessaron formatting. So he's formatting through the diatessaron. A diatessaron conundrum for those interested in diatessaron studies. The Sanguinus Latin diatessaron, 9th century, a Latin Vulgate Codex, which is, so I'm just reading through this just to show you how many people know, like, would Mark Ward even be able to, if I said, what's the diatessaron? He'd be like, he'd Google it. If I said, okay, so what about the Sanguinensis Latin diatessaron of the 9th century? What do you think about that? What do you think about this difference in this reading? And, he's talking about the Arabic, he's talking about Tatian's diatessaron, and then he's got a whole bunch of things on Matthew 8:15. The TR reading of Ufdois, in the words and ministered unto them, is a minority Byzantine reading found in, for example, M021 Codex Campianus. So he's gone through all these manuscripts. Like, this is a TR King James guy, Mark Ward. Why don't you ring this guy up and interview him? Why are you just getting some guy who's obviously just a pastor? I mean, I could get locally here. Like, I've sat down with guys, haven't told them anything about TR, whatever. And I've sat down for dinner with them, and the subject got on to is the last 12 verses of Mark real? And I'm like, I'm just saying, how come these conversations just follow me around? But the thing is, this is the sort of thing that Christians are talking about. They're like, oh, it shouldn't be in there. Oh, it should be in there. The Gospel or the Book of Enoch, they've got big, tall angels, bigger than skyscrapers, and that's real. And you're just dealing with this type of massive amount of Gnostic influences flooded the churches. So I'm there with this pastor, and I'm like trying not to let on that, I run a full website to, I'm fully just given over to this stuff. This is my thing, and I'm just there going, he doesn't know me from a bar of soap, and he just basically said that the last 12 verses, Mark, should be in there. He said, but I think that they weren't, and I was like, okay, why is that? And he goes, because I think they were inserted later on. So this guy was a Pentecostal guy, right? He's like, I think that they were inserted later on, but that proves that the Pentecostal gifts were still around in like the 4th century because they were inserted then. So they put them in there, even though I don't believe it's scripture, but it still helps us with our church. So he's just squeezing this whole denominational thing in there. I'm just there going, oh God. But this is what people talk about. This is their understanding. And so if I was to get that guy and just pull him over the coals and go, this guy is a full representative of the critical text, and you would say, hey, hang on, that's unfair. Get someone who has the bullets to fight back. Get someone like James White, get someone like Dan Wallace, get someone, Mark Ward seems to think he's up there. Examine these guys. And that's why I examine these guys. I'm not just going and getting some bozo off the street and hammering them. What do you think about this verse? I'm trying to get people who are at least claiming that they know their stuff. Half of these guys don't. Why doesn't Mark Ward get Gavin McGrath on his show? Why doesn't he? I'll go on his show. I'll be polite, even though I don't think Mark Ward's a Christian at all. I'll be polite and I'll be nice. He could even get James Snap on the show. He would run rings around the critical text position. But notice that even what I've noticed is James Snap's been sort of booted from the evangelical textual criticism blog. So that's the blog that Wasserman runs and Gary. I went through it. And he was announced as one of the guys who's going to be commenting there, and then all of a sudden they've dropped him. And I noticed that James White, when they said, will you debate him? He's like, on like John 6 or something. It's like, why wouldn't you debate him on textual issues? And that's because nearly every one of his argumentations agrees with us, except for usually TR minority readings. And so on almost everything else, and the Pericope Adulterae, even Acts, when it talks about the Ethiopian eunuch in his statement of faith, and he believes that's in there, and that's only got 15% of the manuscript evidence, so it's not a majority reading. And so I would love majority text people to debate him. Why doesn't there's a whole crew of people who, it seems really weird that these people who are critical text or majority text, they're just infatuated with the TR and they want to do new editions of it with a whole bunch of variation readings in the margins and stuff. It's like, why? We don't need that. We know where the words of God are. This has been settled years and years and years ago. And so they're like, no, we want to put these in there, like almost like doubt producing footnotes. It's like, look, I understand that not every footnote is, from the devil or, doubt producing, whatever. And you can just show, okay, Scrivener had this, Beza had this, Erasmus had this. But it's not that hard to look all that stuff up. And what purpose would that play anyway? People would just go, oh, well, I'll choose this other TR reading. And it just become like the New King James thing. You can just choose your own adventure Bible. Acts chapter 8, verse 37. Thanks, Joseph Green. So, I just thought I'd show you Gavin McGrath, maybe Scott Jones. I opened one of his books earlier. I wonder if it's still there. Let's have a look. I will reopen it. Jones. Why doesn't he debate Scott Jones on this? Brilliant book. I recommend everyone get this. So this is The Magic of Evolutionism and Modern Bibles. So he likens he's got 90 examples demolishing Vaticanus B and Sinaiticus Aleph, demonstrating the catastrophic differences between Vaticanus B and Sinaiticus Aleph, demonstrating the radically hybrid and empirically inaccurate character of the critical text. And he's got these 90 examples, and they're so good. Like oftentimes, I find myself just parroting what's being said, and so he likens this to evolution and how we've been duped as a society to believe in this stupid rubbish that we come from apes. so amazing that we believe that. But a lot of Christians are believing that now, theistic evolution. So he likens this to the way that the critical text has come about. So I would encourage you to you can get that on Kindle for about $5 or $6. So I actually recommended that to Peter Gurry because he's like, there's no intellectuals who are part of the Textus Receptus side. And I was like, oh, okay, have you read Scott Jones's material? And he just got quiet after that because Scott Jones, he points out things like the difference between the gospel. Okay, that's interesting. Aleph and traditional text. This is just one of many examples of Vaticanus B's carelessness, where the scribe repeated this phrase 3 times in union. Wow, I didn't know it had the gospel in Galatians 1:11. I don't think even a Kool-Aid drinker needs this one explained. So, of course, the baseline traditional text is followed. Oh, and the shorter text for a change, but still the easier reading. So he goes on and talks about how Vaticanus will say one thing, Sinaiticus will say another thing, and many times they'll default back to a TR type of thing because their readings are so stupid. But sometimes they agree with each other in their stupidity in a location or something like that, and they have to go with it. And so they just do it, and then it ends up in our Bibles, and it's just an absolute mess. And so, I'd recommend this book. If anyone really wants to know stuff about Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and differences between them, this book is great. And I really like the way that he writes this book as well, because oftentimes what I do is I copy all the text and I put it into audio and I listen to it. I just find listening to things is it just works for me better. Now, if I'm studying, just a few pages reading through, I that's fine. But when I'm, this book is like 100 and whatever pages, and so I would prefer to listen to this. So anyway, I'm rabbit trailing, but I'm just showing you where Mark Ward can get some decent opposition. I'll go on his program. He can come on my program. I officially invite Mark Ward to come on this program, and he can tell me where I'm wrong and why I'm in a cult and why him with these verbum links isn't in a cult.
Maybe, just maybe, these individuals should have the humility to sit and listen to those who believe that this subject is more complex.
We just got to be humble, like, and listen to someone like Dan Wallace, who thinks monogenes is unique. James White, it means unique, and it's like the morphology and syntax of the Greek language has been stable for 2,000 years. Monogenes, if you were to go to Greece and ask them what monogenes means, they'd say only begotten. If you were to say, what does unique mean? They'd say monodikos. That's what unique means. Why didn't they use that word there? That there's a perfectly reasonable Greek word to use. Why didn't they use that there? It's because look at the New American Standard Bible, it has only begotten God in John chapter 1 verse 18. So that's very clear. That's they say, oh, that's the standard, that's the best, most literal one. It's like, well, okay, is it or isn't it? Should it read unique, or have they just come up with this definition just recently? These guys are so flippant that their definitions are just changing decade to decade. When are they going to crack it and just come up with a definitive Greek Bible and a definitive translation? Well, the ESV claimed to do that, and they retracted it like a month later and went, oh no, we're still going to do updates.
And yet the difficulty is, if it's so complex, how do you introduce it to non-specialists who can't read Greek? What exactly do you say? How do you guide them in a faithful and a biblical way, in a way that's also faithful to God's general revelation in history? That's what I think Darrell Post has done so well.
Okay, so I could talk more about that, but I think you get the point.
Let me just real quick ask Darrell, before we jump into a lot of awesome material, and I'll be interacting a little bit with him as he goes throughout the presentation, but really it'll mainly be him. I want to just ask him, Darrell, what do you do to serve the body of Christ?
Well, thanks, Mark, for having me on. It's great to be with you. My role is I'm very involved in my church. I teach the adult Sunday school class. I'm involved with this ministry here in Greek. There are some Greek students that I'm mentoring. So I do work a secular job to pay the bills, but I am definitely involved in my local church and serving the body of Christ as a deacon and adult Sunday school. And I just love getting in the text and turning the text loose. And so that's my passion.
That's great. You taught, I just learned this as we got together here, you taught my great friend, Paul Himes, whom I also interviewed on the channel recently, who, exceeds both of us clearly in his knowledge of New Testament textual criticism. I just love talking with Paul, and I thought that was a fantastic conversation. I really learned a lot from him on that. When did you teach Paul, and what did you teach Paul?
Well, I taught him second year Greek, and this would be, I want to say 1999, 2000, somewhere in there. And he was a great student. I tell you, nothing better as a teacher than to see one of your students excel and go beyond you and reach levels that you never reach yourself. And that's always a joy to see that happen.
Yeah, that's great humility. I definitely feel the same way. I love it when people send me false friends that I haven't seen in the King James Version. There's just a special kind of delight when people do that for me. That's
when they go through the Trinitarian Bible Society list or D.A. Waite's book and go, hey, Mark, look at this. And he goes, oh, I've found it. Like every King James advocate, anyone who knows their stuff, Will Kinney, myself, King James, KJV today.net. It's just, he mentions, this word's an archaic word, and we're just sort of looking at each other going, yeah, the sky's blue, Mark. Yeah, just state the obvious and then claim that you've got that. So, do you realize 1 + 1 = 2? It's so profound.
One of the main things I've been teaching, I think you understand, you've been watching the channel. You and my mother, thank you to both of you for watching the channel. Anyway.
What, the Mother Church? The Cult of Rome, are they watching this? Do they agree with you, Mark? I noticed that Authorized is being sold in Burgon as well. Wow. I'm sure the Catholics love this as well. I mean,
let's get right to your presentation, and I'm going to be the one advancing the slides, and that causes a little awkwardness, everybody out there. That's just kind of the way it goes. But I really want Darrell to jump right in, and you said to start with slide 12, Darrell. So those of you who want the full slide presentation, you're going to have to find it another way. We'll put a link up to any materials that Darrell wants to share in the YouTube description thing, and you'll be able to get this presentation, I assume. But Darrell, take it away.
Okay, so just before we listen to Darrell, and so I think this is almost completely redundant saying nearly all of this. So that's why this is going to make for a little bit of a boring video, because when I went through this video, I was sort of bored myself with it. But it is these critical text guys who are all worried about variants, okay? Bart Ehrman comes along and says, there's, 400,000 variants. And even Peter Gurry's like, it's probably 500,000. I'm pretty sure that's his number. And so other people have said up to 800,000. And so then Dan Wallace will do a big program and go, but most of them don't matter. And, when he does his Credo course, he talks a lot about this. And so obviously Bart Ehrman's used this type of number to, say, the Bible's full of mistakes and holes and all the rest of it. And there's all these variants. And when you look through it, it doesn't take much brain power to go through it and go, well, most of them are completely redundant and untranslatable and all the rest of it. So there's really only, so many variants. And so, but see, these guys who are critical text guys, they have to combat that, because Bart Ehrman is still in the academy. Bart Ehrman is like their leadership. He's part of the whole crew who are dealing with textual issues. Many times when you print a book with Brill, you're printing a book and it's edited by Metzger and Ehrman. And so obviously Metzger's passed away, but Ehrman is one of the main guys. He's co-writing books with people, with N.T. Wright and other people who are considered gurus in the field. And so most secular people see that Bart Ehrman is a guru in this field. What do I think about that? I think he knows a lot about the critical text side, but when it comes to practical understanding of the Textus Receptus, King James Version, etc., he actually doesn't know that much. And I've gone through all his books. Many times I've gone through some of the chapters of his book dozens and dozens and dozens of times. So I had all of his books in audio up until God's Problem. And I listened to that, and I just thought he's just going on this tangent of God's evil and all this sort of stuff, which atheists just love to say that. It's almost like Satan's not part of their theology. But some Christians, Satan's not part of their theology. God, this is all just God's will, and the devil's just sort of like a puppet of God, and so God doesn't get the initial blame, but you blame the devil, but ultimately, it's God's hand inside the devil, sort of thing. But being able to listen to a lot of Bart Ehrman's material, it was when he was actually talking about the transmission of the critical text and where that started with Bengal, Wetstein, Luckman. I found that very interesting because that's where his forte is. He loves the critical text. He's into Westcott and Hort. He's into the history of that. But when he's talking about the history of a TR, it's all those stupid, weird anecdotes that have been disproven time and time and time again. But they just kept getting parroted. James White will parrot these, Dan Wallace, and even if they pull back on them, oftentimes apologists will just pick them up and run with them. And so when you're going through things that we know about, like if I was to talk a lot about, say, the critical text side, and Bart Ehrman was to go through it and go, he could probably poke a few holes in what I'm saying. And I'll go, okay, well, I understand you know a bit about that. But when he's talking about the TR and the King James Version, this is stuff that we're debating the minute details of these type of things online all the time. And Bart Ehrman will just come along and just say something so completely wrong that it's like, does he really know much about it? And that's what I find. He knows a lot about the critical text, a bit like a Jehovah's Witness knowing a lot about the Watchtower magazines and the Awake magazines. He knows a lot about his field, but when it comes to other things, he hardly has he doesn't have a clue. And so he doesn't really know that much about the King James, about the Textus Receptus. He just sees all that as just an absolutely flawed, idiotic position. So even when he was debating Jonathan Sheffield, Jonathan was pointing out some issues, and Bart Ehrman made the claim that there's no evidence of the Byzantine text at all before the 4th century. And even like Stephen Boyce, he's friends with Jonathan Sheffield. So Stephen's a critical text guy and Sheffield's a TR guy. And they were just sort of looking at each other. And even Stephen Boyce was like, that's just completely wrong. And so you've got a critical text guy just sort of coming up in the ranks, and he's like, what's he talking about? It's so dumb what he's saying. But see, oftentimes when people are in that position, the scholasticism kicks in, and they are the gurus. They're the gurus. You can never question them. Bart Ehrman is the man. And so anyway, so he's brought out all these numbers and said there's all these variants, and it's most likely true, because when you're counting differences in just one letter many times, if you were just to go through and look at the movable nu, I mean, there's probably tens of thousands of differences just in TR editions with the movable nu. You know what I mean? It's like, it's completely untranslatable. It doesn't really make any difference a lot of the time. And so it's just nothing. It's not even worth bringing up. So he's bringing this huge number, saying we've got all these problems. And so since then, apologists, who are mostly critical text guys, they've been trying to bring down this number to, it's not really worth worrying about. So do TR people worry about this? Not really. We encounter this type of thing when we're out street preaching, evangelizing, talking to people who have been indoctrinated by Bart Ehrman or by Dan Wallace and these other guys. Because oftentimes, they still, someone like Peter Gurry, he's like, well, there's probably 500,000 variants. But see, what they do is they bring them down to meaningful variants. But then it gets sort of blurry because it's like, what do they consider meaningful? What I consider meaningful and what they consider meaningful, and many times are very different. And so anyway, let's just continue with this.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Yeah, basically, I'm in John chapter 11, and so this is a chapter I've become very acquainted with and very passionate about this chapter. You don't normally think of John 11 when you're discussing the text of the New Testament. I mean, when you think of texts that have issues, texts that have come under question, you think of the pericope adultery, you think of the ending of Mark. No one comes to John 11 and says this is an area where there's all kinds of questions until recently, because recently what's happened is we had, of course, Bart Ehrman publishing Misquoting Jesus, 2005. We've had kind of a shift of worldview among scholars who don't necessarily believe in inspiration, much less inerrancy. But they, 20 years ago, there was still an expectation. We can reconstruct the text. We can discover what the original autographs would have looked like.
So these guys are reconstructing a text. And we believe we've had a text. We've got a text with us. We know what all the words of God are. The text is settled. These guys are still trying to rebuild it. So that's the difference between critical text and TR KJV people. Is we believe that our text is completely settled. They are still rebuilding their text, and so that's the main difference. And so that's why they want, that's why they're so fascinated in what all these manuscripts are saying. Where I'm fascinated in that too. But in a different way, because it's a bit like trying to, create your own, say, creation narrative instead of just going with what the Bible says in 6 days and young Earth creationism. You just go with what the Bible says. Yeah, you've got these crews now who are like, oh well, we have to go with all this evolutionary evidence, and so obviously the evidence is skewed. The evidence is many times it depends who's reading that evidence. It's become an art form, and so many times the critical text side, it's an art form, and so they're looking at evidence. They're looking at apparatuses that have wrong details in it. They're looking at things that have a bias against the Textus Receptus and for the critical text, and so and they're trying to rebuild this thing, and they're claiming that they're trying to get back to the original. So there are two camps within the critical text side: people who are trying to get back to the originals, and people who are just trying to get an approximate text of the early church. And so these camps are sort of at loggerheads against each other. And Jeff Riddle does quite a good job at pointing out that there are a lot of people who are no longer looking for the original text. And one saying by Dan Wallace, I'll just sort of show you this. Just being quoted quite a lot, especially by. Sorry, I'm just trying to read and chat at the same time. Especially by Jeff Riddle. Recently, he brought this out. So let's just go down to Dan Wallace. There's a quotation that he made. This is in the beginning of Myths and Mistakes in New Testament Textual Criticism. So this is by Dan Wallace. Elijah Hixson and Peter Gurry were the main editors of that book. Dan Wallace said, we do not have now in any of our critical Greek texts or in any translations exactly what the authors of the New Testament wrote. Even if we did, we would not know it. There are many, many places in which the new text of the New Testament is uncertain. So this is their textual confidence. See, Mark Ward, he would say Dan Wallace is a great guy. He's part of our crew. He's saying there are many, many places in the New Testament that are uncertain. So he's talking about textual confidence. He's saying us as absolutists, we're saying we've got the text. It's finished. We've got it with us. We're the ones who can actually commit the sin in Revelation 22 by adding and subtracting, because we know where the words of God are. If we just delete John 3:16, we know that's a sin. We know every word is in front of us. But these guys are sort of always, I think the last 12 verses of Mark should be in, or maybe they shouldn't be in. And they're oftentimes you see apologists jumping into the majority text, and they won't go TR because you're a cultist if you're a TR advocate. So this is the scarecrow thing. And many of these apologists are spineless and chicken, and they won't just come out and say, hey, I'm a TR person. Oftentimes they're like, oh, majority text, and they're just sort of hiding, behind this whole thing. And they won't acknowledge the scholarship that's been done in the Reformation period. They won't acknowledge, firstly, what Erasmus has done, Stephanus, Theodore Beza, and the King James translators. They won't look at that and go, okay, well, that's superior scholarship to what we have today or to what they had in Westcott and Hort's time. They're just sort of like, oh, no, we're just going to go with the Greek church. And if there's a majority reading in there that's dumb, like Luke 2:22, where it says their purification instead of her purification, I mean, that's one of the dumbest readings in the whole majority text and critical text. But clearly, it is only the woman who had to be purified. Just read the whole chapter of Leviticus 12. It says her purification like 5 or 6 times. And it's only talking about the woman being purified after she gives birth. But then it's their purification in the majority text, which is only 2 letters. There's this mistake there. But that destroys the whole narrative, because then Jesus had to be purified, and so did Joseph. And, I guess, having these guys go and do a woman's thing, I guess, nowadays it's equality, we can have them doing that. We can probably have Mary going and getting circumcised or whatever, whatever you want to read into the text. But it's like, I will stick with the TR where it says her purification. It matches up with the Old Testament. It matches up with logic. It matches up with the law of Moses, the rules that were made. And it's like, Jesus didn't have to do that sort of thing. So we have a text. We know what the readings are. The majority text guys, critical text guys, they have a fluid text. It could change tomorrow. If they found another Vaticanus or Sinaiticus somewhere, they would change their Bibles. The CBGM is coming in, and that is changing Bibles. It is changing the way the Greek is. It's changing the way translations are. And also, if the majority text guys found 500 manuscripts of the Book of Revelation in Mount Athos, I mean, in between 1880 and 1890, they found 1,000 manuscripts, Greek manuscripts. And so they were all catalogued. And so that's why many times when you're looking at these manuscripts, you'll find that Dean John William Burgon looked at it, and so did Scrivener and a bunch of others of that era, because there were so many manuscripts coming in. And a vast majority of them are majority text manuscripts. But that's only just one part of the whole picture. What about all the Latin manuscripts? What about the Syriac? What about the Coptic? What about all of it? So this is the thing. In the Textus Receptus, they go with the 3 closed class of witnesses: the Greek, the Latin, and the early church writers. So these are the 3 closed class of witnesses. You can go outside of that and look at the Syriac. You can look at the Coptic and Aramaic, and oftentimes Syriac, Aramaic, and things like that are pretty much synonymous. But you can look at all that as well. And so this is how the Textus Receptus was compiled. Not just going, okay, well, the Greeks got it right. Imagine if this is what the Roman Catholics did with their Latin. They were like, oh, the Latin Bible, and that's it. But see, even the Latin Bible is so close to the Textus Receptus. In the Reformation period, they were like, oh, well, there's this difference and that difference, and they were losing their mind over arguing against that, the Protestants and the Catholics, and fair enough for doing that. But both of them would just look at the modern critical text, and I think their head would spin around like The Exorcist and just go, what is going on with this Frankenstein monster? It's just such a horrible text. And so even the Catholic text of that time would be considered a TR text. It had the Pericope Adulterae in it. It had the last 12 verses of Mark in it. It had many of the verses that are there. So, anyway, let's just read this. Docky says, the textual confidence crew is the type to rate their best employee 4 out of 5 because there's always room for improvement. Yeah, that's the thing. You can never have anything settled. You can never get it perfect. And so this is the sort of confidence that they want you to have. They want to turn you into a little Bart Ehrman. That's what they want. But they don't want you to go that far. They want you to be a believing Bart Ehrman, or at least just a liar. So you're like, yeah, I still believe in the Bible. I still do all this. And then you walk away going, I'm only saying that just to keep a job. And so he's saying there are many, many places in the New Testament which are uncertain. Wow, I feel the confidence welling up. So anyway, let's get back to what's being said here.
And that, amongst many in the secular scholarship world, is gone. Now they no longer view it that way. And so many now look at it as the text is like chaotic during the first 200 years of church history. So chaotic, so many mistakes, so many problems. There's no way we can really understand what the originals would have looked like. That's kind of becoming a consensus on the skeptical side, the extreme skepticism that you like to talk about in your podcast. So John 11 actually came under an attack in 2016. There was a Duke University PhD student who published in a Princeton Theological Review periodical a question about John 11, suggesting that Martha was added to the text of John 11 in the 2nd century. They basically rewrote the chapter. So that's where I got started with John 11. And the more I got into this, the more I realized, this is a chapter that really, I think, can be analyzed and studied. So what I've been doing is I have been studying manuscripts and collating manuscripts of John 11 since 2019, and I've now reached 1,390 manuscripts. I've personally checked every word against the base text, and I've documented all the differences. So I have real data here that I've dug into deeply, and I'm far enough along. I've done about 75% of all continuous text manuscripts I have now collated, and I don't expect to find much new or much different. So I think my data is pretty solid at this point. It's not going to change.
Continuous text manuscripts are those, unlike lectionaries, like your daily devotional, which might have a little excerpt from many passages, all scattered around. Continuous text means basically it probably originally had the full text of John, right?
Right. The verses go continuously throughout the book. There's no interruptions. Now, there's also commentary manuscripts where they would have a katina, which is commentary notes wrapped around the scripture text, but the scripture text is still continuous, the text. And so lots of different kinds of manuscripts. But yeah, the lectionaries are a different ballgame. I've collated now 52 lectionaries, so I've got that flavor in my work as well. Of course, I've checked all the papyri, the majuscules, all the ones that have part of John 11. I've included those as well in my study. So
papyri is very, very old manuscripts, like the very first one in the presentation on this title page, and you can see the fibers of that papyrus. That was the paper, basically. That's where we get the word paper that was used in the most ancient times. And then majuscules are written in all capitals, unlike this manuscript, for example, where even if you don't read Greek, you might be able to kind of tell they're not all written in all caps, or are they? I'm looking at this. It's just a little. You should tell. You're a little more into this stuff, majuscules and minuscules. Sure. What's the difference between the two?
Well, when you get back to the papyri, there's a mixture of lettering. But when you get to the great uncials, like Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Bezae, Codex Vaticanus, these are all in strict capital letters. And so those are very difficult to copy, and they're very difficult to read because it's just hard because you get these large square letters. It's not like having a cursive script. And so the minuscules, that's the lowercase cursive script that we see take hold around the 9th century and all the way through to the Reformation and the inventing of the printing press. So that's kind of a nutshell.
I really am wanting this to be able to be entered into by people with very little background. That's just difficult. It is complex.
It is.
But I'm going to stop you, Daryl, and have you define some terms for that reason. But I don't want to stop you too much. Let's get back into your presentation.
Sure.
I'm on slide 12 here.
Awesome. So with that background, so John 11 is come under an attack. And there's also, the Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman, his approach is to basically say that in any given portion of the New Testament, there are more variations in the wording among all the manuscripts than there are actual words in a particular section. So in John chapter 11, there are 945 words in the Nestle Aland Greek text of John chapter 11. And so the approach that Bart Ehrman says is, how can you know what the original John 11 would look like when there's more variations than there are even words, 945? And so the question then is, how many variations did I find in my research? How many were there compared to these 945 words? And again, I've checked 1,390 manuscripts. So advancing the slide, this is kind of a shock. And when I present this to students, there's an initial reaction that's like, wow, I had no idea. There's only 945 words, and you're telling me there's 3,785 variations on those 945 words. That's troubling. And that's the point. That's why this argument from the extreme skeptical side has such force, because this is true. I mean, this is a fact that I found. I found this many variations on these 945 words.
And the textual absolutist side, Daryl, right? That's why their view is so appealing to them. They don't even have to think about all those variations because they can just pick one and say, this is the one.
Right.
That's what we do. The textual absolutists, we just pick one and go, that's it. Not see this guy. What he does basically through the whole thing, and spoiler alert, he just goes through and says, okay, most of these are untranslatable issues, and so then he drops it down to like 2000. Then it's like, okay, so then we've got conjunctions where it might be and or but or whatever, and so where they're being swapped around, or some words are still there. It's hand and foot or foot and hand, and so that drops it down, and so then he drops it right down to like hardly anything. And so, but this is what I find is, it's a bit like if I said, hey, if I knocked on your door and said, hey, look, I have to cut off your arms and your legs. You're like, oh no. And it's like, yeah, sorry. It's just what the doctor ordered. We have to cut off your arms and your legs. And then I'm like, well, hang on, we'll see what we can do. And then I come back and go, hey, this is great news. I only have to cut off your hand, one of your hands. And you're like, oh, thank God. He's only cutting off one of my hands. This is great. But he's still cutting off one of your hands. And so this is what I find this whole argumentation does. It's like, we've got all these variants out there, Bart Ehrman, variant city. And most TR guys, they go through this and look at argumentation against it and go, well, most of them are untranslatable. Even Bart Ehrman many times admits that in his debates and other things. So we've got a whole bunch of numbers. Let's just bring it down. Oh, we only have to chop your hand off, but you're still chopping my hand off. And this is the thing. We're dealing with John 11, which has hardly any variant whatsoever. Hardly any variants whatsoever. If you can compare that to other places where there's lots of variants, I mean, they're still going to chop your arms and your legs off, sort of thing. And so I'll just go through some of this chat so I don't get behind. Helga says, it should naturally be understood that this text is a working text. It is not to be considered as definitive, but as a stimulus to further efforts towards defining and verifying the text of the New Testament. I guess we can, so that's in the NA 27, the intro that I was reading earlier about the Vatican and stuff like that. I guess we can take that further and say, well, us TR scholars, we went through this 28th and 27th edition, and we found that these variant readings that are in the apparatus that match with the TR are the readings, and so that's our further scholarship, because that's sort of what they're saying is, they don't have a definitive text, but it stimulates us towards defining and verifying the Greek text. It's like, wow, you've got these other readings. We're going with the TR readings, So if Dan Wallace, so this is XX, says, if Dan Wallace believes that we do not have what Jesus said, and if we did, we would not know. My question then is, if that is true, how would Dan Wallace know that we do not have what Jesus said? And that's the thing. These guys contradict each other. That many times they contradict themselves. If you watch Jeff Riddle's video that he did recently, I might just quickly get that up rather than just talk about it. So I'll just go to YouTube. Riddle. And so which one was it? Was it the Achilles heel? Yeah, it is. So this one here. So I'd listened to it and I was actually in my car, and so I couldn't look at my phone, but and read it, or else I'd stack. But yeah, so when it's got text, they're not reading it. So I'd encourage anyone doing these videos, really good, great job. One critique is it would be good, even if this was in a computer voice or something, or you read it yourself and pasted it over it. And maybe Jeff did this himself. And so, so basically he just goes through, what James White says, and then we've got Peter Van Cleek, and then Jeff Riddle at the end, sort of
that will refute the authenticity of the traditional ending of Mark. But he conceded that if there was
and so if you go through Jeff Riddle's recent material, you'll find some interesting things about Dan Wallace there as well. And so, and actually, I got that wrong. This was Bryan Ross's. Bryan Ross. It was Bryan Ross's latest one. Maybe Bible. Grace Life Bible. Yeah, Thoughts on the Textual Confidence Collective. So that's the one that goes through the Dan Wallace issue. And really this video, like I know that recently I've sort of pulled Bryan Ross over the coals about the verbatim identicality concepts and all that. But that's fine, we're not all going to agree. But with this video, I would say that this should be just compulsory listening to anyone who well, especially with what we're dealing with here with Bart Ehrman issues with Dan Wallace, because Dan Wallace has written a book in, I think it was 2010, about Bart Ehrman and what he says there, and he contradicts himself many times. So, go through this if you want to understand that. So, sorry, I led you on to Jeff Riddle, but it was actually Bryan Ross, and I agreed wholeheartedly with what he was saying there. So it goes through the miss and mistakes issues. So I'll drop that. We'll just go to, we've looked at that. Thanks, Held. You're a legend. Thanks, Brother Nick. I just purchased my Kindle copy. Yeah, and I think as Scott Jones, now I'd recommend if you go to Wayback Machine, okay, which is archive.org, but if you go to Wayback Machine, type in lamblion.net. Lamblion.net on Wayback Machine. If you type that in on Wayback Machine and go back to, like, say maybe 2012 or something like that, because in the last 6 or 7 years he hasn't had anything on his page. He actually deleted it. I think he just got tired of the whole thing and just deleted it. But Scott Jones is brilliant. His articles are brilliant, and so it's like that's for the last 20 years I've often frequented that site and gotten some really good information. And so his book is gold. I recommend that to anyone. Now, he can be quite harsh, but I'm like, cool. Sometimes you got to be harsh. And he'll call people, of the devil and all that sort of stuff. And, obviously Mark Ward is just like, oh, you can't ever say that. But and all these majority text guys, they've been saying, oh, it's Satan's Bible, talking about the received text issue. Just read Pickering's whole, it's like 4 whole pages talking about how the critical text guys have Satan's Bible. It's like, and these guys say the majority text. So that's the thing. These guys are like, I'm majority text now. And it's like, okay, so do you agree with Pickering? Do you agree with Pierpont? Do you agree with Maurice Robinson? And they're like, oh, I think so. And they just make up their own stuff. And so Everhard and these other guys, and just sometimes it's actually annoying to listen to how unlearned they are of their own position. So anyway, so I'll just chuck that one up there. Let's continue.
Right. Yeah, and the problem with that is which one do you pick? Because every manuscript of any length is going to have at least some nonsense readings and other variations. I'll talk about those in just a minute. And so this is shocking to the students. In fact, last time I taught this, I had some eyes wide open, and the students were like, really? Are you really saying it's this bad? Well, so then what I do in my presentation, we're going to step through this number. What does this 3,785 actually mean? And so that's where we actually get into the nitty gritty. I'm going to try to group this and simplify as best I can. But I don't want to get lost in the weeds, because I think there's an important message here from John 11, and it's not Lazarus coming out of the tomb, although that is an important message. First of all, we have what's called nonsense readings. Now, nonsense readings sometimes are comical. I always enjoy finding a good nonsense reading. These are obvious errors. Scribes are human. To err is human, and every manuscript is going to have at least 1 or 2 nonsense readings. They were never the intent of the scribe making the copy, but there's mental strain, there's fatigue, there's inattention. And so errors are going to creep into the text.
That's basically Codex Vaticanus, Sinaiticus. They're filled with nonsense readings.
They're unintentional. So let me just give you some examples from John 11, going on to the next slide. One that kind of caught me funny here. There's one spelled Lazarus, just Zaris. Just forgot to pen the lambda alpha and just left us with Zaris.
So I wonder if this guy has actually looked at all these manuscripts. Now, kudos to him for doing the homework. It's like, okay. But I wonder if he's actually looked at the manuscripts or if he's just looked up what these manuscripts say. Because many times you look something up and it's like, hang on, that's not what the apparatus is saying in the in A28.
Sometimes they'll just write the same letter twice. This can especially happen if they're at the end of a line. You understand, they're copying manually, and the scribe will get to the end of a line. They'll start a word, and then maybe they'll take a break, and they come back, and they go to the next line, and they'll just start the word over again. But that's a variation. It's a spelling mistake. Sometimes they had decorative letters. They would get into the margin. They'd stop and put in a special decorative letter just to make it look fancy. And those decorative letters could sometimes be in the middle of a word, not even the beginning. And so that sometimes they would purposely not write a letter, planning later to go back and write that decorative letter and then forget to do it. And so you end up with, in one text, I found May instead of Mary because the row was left out because it was intended to be a decorative letter. Sometimes they'll just repeat the same clause. That happens a lot. We call this ditography, just writing the same thing accidentally twice. Moving on to the next slide. This one was funny. One scribe wrote Ma Maria instead of Maria.
That's great.
So these are just nonsense readings. They can show up in any manuscript, especially on the turn of a page. You'll see that happen a lot. An entire verse can get left out at times, but these are obvious mistakes. Then going on to the next slide, this is an important one here. This happens a lot. You have to visualize a scribe sitting there making this copy for hours on end. And in this example here, John 11:24, notice what the text says. Mary said to him, I know that he will rise again in the resurrection in the last day. So if you're a scribe, you've got in this hand here, you've got your exemplar. This is what you're copying from. And the scribe reads in the, and so they write down in the. But when they go back, they don't go back to the right in the. They go back to the in the before last day, and they write last day, and they've just left out in the resurrection. Totally. Very easy. This is very common whenever you.
Okay, so I'm just going to check that. As we go along, I'm just going to make sure that actually, I'll just quickly shut that. I've got so many pages open that I don't want to clutter everything. Okay, textual commentary. I'll leave that open because we might even be able to go to John. Oh, no, we can't. He's only done up to Mark. So, yeah, I will shut those. Okay, we don't need the Dan Wallace quote open again. And where are we? Okay, so I think I've shut those pages. I'll reopen them. So let's just go to Spine of Zion KJV comparisons. Okay, so I think he's only got one issue here. So this is a great website where he's got all the comparisons here. So that's Matthew 11. Let's go to John. So it's only in John 11:41 where it has from the place where the dead was raised. Okay. Dead was laid, sorry. So what are we looking at? John 11:24. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll go to the John 11:24 to the Bible Gateway, and we'll just compare what it says here. So let's open up, say, the King James Version. Actually, I'll open up the New King James as well. Okay, I know he will rise again in the resurrection at the last day. I know that he shall rise again. Okay, so it's saying the same thing. So it's just saying there's variance. And just to let you know that Scott Jones book that I recommended, some of the issues between Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, they don't really appear in modern versions, and that's why he's saying, why don't they appear? There's just as much evidence for this reading as for the other reading, but it's because it's a silly reading. And so he's just basically showing how silly Vaticanus and Sinaiticus is many times. So it's very good how he does that. So anyway, I'm just looking up these as we go, just to make sure that is that translatable? Just double checking. But it seems to be good. And the thing is, most of the time, like I know Mark Ward's like, oh, TR people wouldn't go to this level. Yes, they do, and yes, they would. But the thing is, the vast majority of the time, the main issues that are between the critical text and the TR, but we don't have to know all this other stuff, which at the end of the day, he goes, it's redundant anyway. They're not translatable. And so it's like, why do we have to go through all that? You know what I mean? Can't we just sidestep all of Bart Ehrman's arguments of all these variants and go, well, let's have a look at the main variants, So it's just strange. Anyway, so we'll look at what Mark Ward says soon.
You have similar clauses. And so this actually happens at 51 out of the 1,390 manuscripts I have checked, and 8 of these were later corrected. And so sometimes they catch it and they fix it. So no textual critic is going to argue for nonsense readings being original. So we can take these out. So coming back to the next slide, coming back to our 3,785, we're going to take out our nonsense readings. So we move on to the next slide. And look what happens. 950 nonsense readings are gone. Now our number is down to 2,835. Now that's still a lot of variations for only 945 words. So no one gets any comfort yet from this number.
Yeah.
When presenting this.
Okay. So well, we need comfort. So let's keep going.
Let's keep going. We need some comfort here. So we go on to minor variations of spelling in the next slide. Now this is a very common thing. English is just like Greek in that there are words that have all different kinds of spelling. I mean, we have burnt and we have burned. You can write either one of those and get a passing grade. You're not going to get those marked off. Ax can have an E and ax cannot have an E, and either one is correct. Greek does the same thing. There are words that just have different spelling variations. Some of them I've seen it. They go in and out of style throughout some of the centuries. Some of the early words have different spellings, and then the style changes. And it doesn't affect anything. These are not impacting our ability to understand the text as John composed it under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. So these can be set aside. Going on to the next slide, here's some examples. We have like Bithany instead of Bethany. The name Maria or Miriam or Marian is variously spelled among the manuscripts. It's all the same person. Place names are notorious for their differences. Ephraim can be spelled Ephraim in some of the manuscripts. It has no impact on understanding the text at all. And then if we go on, we also have abbreviations. And this was a very common practice that started very early. In fact, it's called, and textual critics call it nomina sacra or nomen sacrum. And these are very common. They revere the name of Christ. They revere God's name. And so rather than spelling out theos, they would just provide the initial theta, the final sigma, and put a line over the top to indicate this is theos. But it's an abbreviation. I've got an example here for Jesus, just the initial iota, the final sigma, put a line over it, and that's how you'll see it in the text. In fact, one of the ways that researchers will identify Christian manuscripts and scripture manuscripts is by looking for nomina sacra. If they see a nomina sacra, they know it's a Christian text as opposed to something secular.
Right.
And so this started very early. So going on to the next slide, then we also have.
If you want to know about nomina sacra, I write about that in my book on Revelation 16:5 and where nomina sacra started with the name of Jehovah and the contraction of the name of Jehovah in the Old Testament. In the theophoric names. So Jehoshaphat became Josaphat, Jehoiakim became Joachim, and so so that was the first type of nomina sacra. So but yeah, most of what he's saying here, like I said, it's actually just pretty bog standard sort of stuff. It's a little bit boring, but there every now and then Mark Ward will interject, and so that's where we're sort of looking for. So Ishati says, it's because we have an embarrassment of riches. That's why. And so, these guys, they love variants. They're obsessed with variants because that's where they feel that they can go to change the text, and they feel that gives them because God preserved the manuscripts and not the words, they have the right to go into any manuscript and just say, well, this is a possible reading. And someone like Elijah Hixson will be like, you got to remember that was someone's Bible back in, the year 1100. So that was their Bible. They were sitting around singing it. And so if you say that it's a bad text, you're coming against them and their family sort of thing. And it's like, anyway, sidetrack.
Issues where there's a different form of the same word. Greek is a highly inflected language. Those of you who are linguists understand what I mean. You have a root word. You can put prefixes and suffixes around that root word to change the number, the gender, and all these different aspects of the word. And so with Greek, very commonly, a scribe will accidentally write the wrong form. It's like writing this instead of these in English, or walked instead of walking. The good news is, most of the time, the context will tell you which one was the intended by the author and which one was erroneous, because you'll read it and it doesn't make any sense. It's almost a nonsense reading. I don't qualify these as nonsense readings because they're legitimate words. It's just the wrong form of the word. So these are common. Going on to the next slide, again, the context and flow is going to make these clear in almost every instance.
So you know it's amazing too, just looking at this. So he has the papyrus font, different forms of the same word. So this guy's like obviously into that. Now this guy was a TR or a KJV person. Mark Ward, Elijah Hixson, Peter Gurry would say, oh, the stupid font that these King James guys have on their website. Now I remember one time they were paying out D.A. Waite. He's like over 90 years old. And they were paying out the fonts that he was using. And I was just thinking, you know, like, look at this. He's using the papyrus font. I mean, I'm sure if Peter Gurry and Elijah Hixson watched this, they wouldn't critique this guy for that, because he's not a psycho, you know, Wormwood, you know, the Wormwoods. He's not some half brain dead King James onlyist, apparently. You know, he's a scholar. He's a critical text guy, and so he's allowed to use that. You know, it just shows you it's just a small thing, but you pick this up after a while, and it's like they just critique everything about TR people, King James people, but at the end of the day, you know, when they do the same thing, they never even mention it. Shati says it's almost like how you criticize somebody in the Rainbow Coalition and lefties call you homophobic because you criticize them. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so you can't touch God's anointed. You know, you can't. You've just got to speak highly of these people, because these people are giving us the word of God. You know, these are the prophets. These are like a Pentecostal word of knowledge almost, but even more so because it's the Bible. And so these people are anointed by God, and God's blessed them. And so you should really be careful about what you're saying about these people.
We can set these aside as variations, but before we do that, one more quick category. Next slide. We have what are called confusing vowel sounds. This is very similar to English. We have, in fact, I love this one. The first one listed. We have so, and so. So means therefore. So SEW means stitching something, and SOW is putting seeds in the ground. All three sound exactly the same. So imagine you're in a scriptorium, you know, in the ancient days, in like the 4th century, you're in a scriptorium and you're making a copy, and someone is just reading the text, and you get a word like this. You hear so. Well, do you write down SO, SEW, or SOW? You have to know the context and be paying attention to know which it is. So these have crept into the Greek text. They're all over the place. It doesn't take very long in reading in the Greek to identify these. And again, the good news is most often we know which one was original and which one was the mistake. And so
that's called homophones.
You know, the scribes sometimes are going to have the word in their mind. You know, they read it, they've got to trap it in their mind for 3 seconds until they get more ink out of their inkwell, and then pen that on the new manuscript, and they'll transpose the letters. What should have been epsilon iota becomes an eta, because they both have the A sound, the diphthong epsilon iota and the standalone letter eta, same exact sound. And they'll just transpose it because in that 2 seconds from their mind to the pen, they've switched the letters and made a mistake. Going on to the next slide, again, most of these issues, the scholars have no problem identifying these kinds of mistakes. They're easily identified, and they know which ones were the original. Now, sometimes, I will say, sometimes there are different forms that are legitimately different words, or different parsings of different words. And so there is a little bit of debate on some of these.
And let me stop you for 1 second, Daryl. Just going to draw on another example I've heard before, just to show I'm tracking with you and try to make sure everybody else is tracking with you. I think it was Dan Wallace who uses this example.
So here, Mark Ward has glitter on his face. And like, I'm sure that it's sort of like he says, yeah, he was playing with his daughter or something, and wiped his eye and he's got glitter on his face. But I'm sure that the hyper King James and Ruckmanite types would, pull him over the coals for that. So here he's going to quote a Dan Wallace quote that I often frequently quote. Now, I got this from the Credo course. So Dan Wallace did the Credo course, I think, back in 2011. And so that's like 35 episodes. They're hour-long episodes. And I'd recommend everyone go through them. I don't mind. I'm into reading contra material, and I can read it and I'm not even bothered by it. I just look for their silly arguments. But sometimes, Dan Wallace will say something that's like, wow, that's really good. And so I'm often quoting about this, to form a more perfect onion quote. But I've noticed Mark Ward's picked this up, but I seem to be the one that's parroting that, and I wonder if he's actually watched my videos, because recently, probably in the last 2 months, I've probably mentioned it like 10 times, so I wonder if he's started to go through my videos, because I know that Mark Ward, he's looking for low-hanging fruit. He knows that I can hold myself together and I can argue against what he's saying. And so he's not going to put me on his radar unless I'm put on his radar, and it's like, oh, I have to deal with this guy. But he's not purposely going to jump in with the lion, so because I'm going to tear him to shreds, because his argumentation is ridiculous and he's compromised, and he's getting cash from the Catholics and all that sort of stuff. And I'll bring all that up and embarrass him in front of all his friends. And so he doesn't want that. And so, but he's probably going through my videos going, what's this guy saying about me? And some of the videos that I'm doing on Mark Ward are getting very popular. And it's not why I'm doing that. I'm doing these because I want to show people what a snake Mark Ward is, and how easily it is to refute his argumentation. So let's just keep going.
If you read a copy of the Constitution and it said, "We the people, in order to form a more perfect onion," you would just know immediately, okay, this is just a slip of the pen. You accidentally connected the top of the U and it looks like an O. It's one thing to hear, oh, there's a corrupted copy of the Constitution. It's another thing to hear, oh, well, actually, if you just take one look at the portion that's supposedly corrupted, you can tell obviously what was intended. I think it's so helpful what you're doing. When we get to a wrap up, I'm going to describe the way I think it's so helpful, but I just want to keep going. Let people follow your logic. And I can't wait to see the next chart. So let's go back to that.
Okay. Yeah, we need some more. Yeah, we need some more hope here that this number is going to shrink. So going on to the next slide, then there's also corrected mistakes, and this is a category it's hard to kind of analyze it, because sometimes the scribe is going to make a mistake and immediately they go, oh, I blew it. They know they made a mistake, and so what they're going to do is they're going to scratch away what they wrote. On parchment, it's very difficult because it's sheepskin, and when you scratch that away, it kind of damages the sheepskin a little bit. It leaves like a rough mark, and so that's why we usually can know that something was there. And then the ink written on top of that rough mark is a little bit darker ink, so we know every time that happens. And when that happens, that's actually a variation. Even though the scribe may have correctly corrected it, sometimes they can actually correct something that was right and make a mistake. They can go either way, but we know there was something written that's now scratched away. So these are variations. I have to count them in the number, but they're corrected. And so let's go back to our next chart here. We were left off here with 2,835, still a very large number. So what are we taking out? We are taking out these corrected mistakes.
Wow.
We're taking out the confusing vowel sounds. We're taking out all these things. So now watch what happens. The yellow bar is going to grow, and this orange bar is going to shrink when we advance the slide. So let's advance the slide. Notice now we've only got 1,258 left after taking out all those spelling variations, abbreviations, confusing vowel sounds, all that stuff that we don't have to worry about. We're getting closer. Now we still have more variations than we have actual words in John chapter 11, but we're getting closer. So let's press on. Next slide. This one's a fun one. Singular readings. Now, what's a singular reading? A singular reading just simply means there's only one manuscript that has an addition, an omission, or a substitution of word or words in the text. And so, for instance, John 11:32, it says, then when Mary came to...
So what about when there's a single readings with Vaticanus? Or what about when there's just two manuscripts, like Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, and they delete 12 verses over that, the last 12 verses of Mark? Because everything else has the last 12 verses. And so, yeah, singular readings. What about singular or dual readings, where it's just two manuscripts? Wouldn't you suggest that those two manuscripts are wrong, rather than, having this elaborate story how that's not the original ending? And, James White's like, oh, well, they stopped at the women being afraid, and then someone got up and preached, the evangelist got up and preached the gospel after that. It's like, whatever.
The place where Jesus was. There's only one Greek manuscript that includes this additional word, the place. And you can see why somebody would add it, because it seems to be part of the natural flow of this verse. But no textual critic is going to argue that we should add the place here to this verse, because it's only supported by one manuscript. It's singular. Now, the next slide, the singular readings are different from nonsense readings in that they do make sense. They're logical. They fit the context. It's just that they only appear in one manuscript, so it's a mistake. Yeah, here's another one, John 11:51. This is Caiaphas. It says, now this he, Caiaphas, did not say on his own authority, but being high priest that year. Well, there's one manuscript that reads being ruler that year. And so you can understand why a scribe would just have the wrong word pop into his mind. Maybe he's rushing, he's trying to copy too much at once, instead of going back and looking at his exemplar, and he just, oh yeah, that guy was a ruler. He just writes in ruler instead of high priest. So there are a lot.
And see, this is where, and like, kudos to this guy for doing all this homework. But it's good to know which manuscripts are wrong. You know, he could have said, okay, that was in manuscript, you know, this and that, and it might just be some random manuscript. But I would suggest that a lot of these strange and singular readings and things like that are in Codex Vaticanus and Codex Sinaiticus.
Of singular readings. And it's very logical why they would creep into the text. So between nonsense readings and singular readings, there's quite a few. So let's take a look at what this can do for us. So next slide, you see this is where we left off. Okay, 1,258 variations in John 11 against 945 words. So let's advance to the next slide and see what this does for us.
Wow.
Now we're down to only 402. So now we have fewer variations than actual words in John chapter 11 by quite a bit now. But, you know, 402 is still quite a bit. As I've taught this many times now, the students in the classroom, they don't get satisfied with 402. They're a little bit relieved, but it's kind of like, that's still a lot. That's right. You know, let's be honest about this. This is not a good number to be content with. Well, the next one is sort order. Advancing the slide here again. So sometimes the scribes are just going to write the words in a different order. And there's a variety of methodological reasons why they might do that as they're copying. Sometimes ideas can easily get transposed in your mind as you're moving from exemplar to the new copy. So in these situations, though, the actual words are not in dispute. That's important. Only the order in which these words appear. And this has no impact whatsoever on translation work. None. And so these are things we can easily set aside. Let's look at an example on the next slide here. We have John 11:44. I love this one. It says, and he who had died, it's Lazarus, came out bound hand and foot with grave clothes. Now you can go to Bible Gateway and search for this verse and click on all translations. Every last English translation is going to say hand and foot. But the Greek actually says foot and hand. It's a cultural thing. We don't typically think of putting our feet before our hands. Mm-hmm. You know, it's just a natural thing. It's a hand and foot. And so all English translations are going to read that. Now, apparently, there were some Greek scribes who thought like we do, because 273 of the manuscripts actually do read hand before foot. But the original was no doubt foot and hand. It's just very late manuscripts that flip that around.
This is really, really great. Let me just stop and make an observation here. I was just listening to the Fundamental Baptist podcast. Hyles Anderson graduate David Baker and I did a video critiquing it.
Okay, so just before he says that, Shay says, do they consider scholars who are King James only or TR only textual critics? I guess, yeah, there are some people who are TR people. There's a guy called, he used to work for the Trinitarian Bible Society called, I've forgotten his name now, Andrew Brown, sorry. And so I remember the first time I was introduced to Andrew Brown's material was through D.A. Waite, and he was critiquing the Trinitarian Bible Society for becoming a majority text group. That they were just sort of using majority text argumentation and usually through this guy. And so eventually he left for TBS, and he's the one who has written a Riddle volume. I think it's the Leiden edition number 4. So Roman numerals IV. And so that's the last, like say it's got 1 John 5:7 material in it, and it's also got the last 6 verses of Revelation material in it. And so he just sort of adopts a lot of the critical text argumentation about that. And so they do consider, you know, some of these KJV, TR only people as scholars, but it just depends who you're talking to. I mean, someone like Mark Ward would probably, because he's got such a simple audience, you know, just sort of like the grandma and, you know, just people who just want to agree with him and pat him on the back at every chance. They're not really critiquing and, you know, examining and doing their own homework on what he says. And so he probably wouldn't mention these. He just wants to make out, yeah, these textual absolutists are dummies. I'm the smart guy. I'm here to help. They're not. They're causing problems. I'm not. I'm bringing everyone together, and me and Jesus are good friends. They are friends, probably not with the devil, but they're just, you know, idiots sort of thing. I mean, it would be even more polite to say that we have the devil rather than just say that we're a bunch of idiots. But anyway, let's see what he's got to say, because Mark Ward every now and then just has to interject and just say something like a smear against KJV people or TR people. So he's watched some video somewhere, and we're all lumped in the same category as absolutists. We're in there with the Catholics and the Mormons and the Muslims
a video of his, and I didn't say only negative things. I said there was one big section that I was really positive about. He's got some gifts there. Anyway, though, in the intro to that podcast, they played that famous sermon, and I really should know this. I want to say it was Curtis Hudson, like right before he died of cancer. Things that are different are not the same. And then I want to say Bill Grady picked up that line and made a book out of it. That's the portion of the King James only movement that I just haven't paid as much attention to because I can't get any serious, engagement or serious, arguments out of them. But that makes a lot of sense to the person who's never translated anything. Well, things that are different are not the same. If this is going to be a divine text, it's got to be perfect, and everything matters, even word order matters. And well, yeah, I mean, there are certainly places where word order matters, but this is a great example where are you really going to say that there's a big difference? It really matters, foot and hand versus hand and foot. And you can say, well, it does matter because the Spirit inspired something, and we need to find out what that was. And sure, I mean, we agree with that. We're going to try to find that out too. But we don't have the Spirit telling us which one is accurate. We have to use some method, and that's what everybody who does any kind of textual criticism or actually translation ultimately has to do. Okay, continue. This is just.
So he sort of said nothing there. He's like, okay, so things that equal themselves, and it's actually a quotation. Let's have a look. Second. Yeah, I want to get the exact quote. It's sort of like things that are equal to each other are equal to themselves, sort of thing. So if you've got something in Latin that equals something in Greek and it equals something in English, well, they all equal each other, so they're all the same, sort of thing. And so if you have, and so but then Mark goes, well, what about in this instance? You would have to sort of think about this and look at hand and foot, and it's almost like they just have this presupposition that and this is a James White slander and smear, that we don't acknowledge that Erasmus, Stephanus, Beza, and the King James translators engaged in a type of textual criticism. Because we point out the difference in modern textual criticism and the way that they did it, they go to the extreme and say, see, they don't think that they did textual criticism. And so just by them pointing out that textual criticism needs to be done, it's like, see, Erasmus did textual criticism, Beza did textual criticism, and it's just sort of like, yeah, but it wasn't the same as what they're doing today. It wasn't, this unbalanced thing of Vaticanus primacy and looking at Sinaiticus and having these silly rules where it's like, the shortest reading is the best. Now, I'm not saying that Erasmus didn't understand some of these rules, but not all of them in that type of sequence equaling. Or if he was doing the same thing, there would have been, his text would have looked a lot different. And so they don't want to acknowledge that there's a difference between critical text methodology and the way that the Textus Receptus was compiled. And the thing is, when you look at the critical text methodology, there's been so much difference over the years. Now, I know James White will point out, Erasmus did it this way, Beza did it this way. It's all hodgepodge, and he'll look at Young Kranz and just say, that's a definitive book on it. When I look at Young Kranz, he'll say whatever it takes to demonize these people. He'll even mistranslate the Latin. Olim, if you search for that in his book. But when you look at the critical text side, okay, so what about Bengal? What about Wettstein? What about Griesbach? What about Luckman? We're all there. Methodology is the same. And then you get into Tischendorf and Tregelles, where their methodology is the same. And then you look at Westcott and Hort. Well, obviously, they're getting Sinaiticus and Vaticanus and amalgamating them together with their Unitarian friends, of course, and creating this Frankenstein monster. And then is that the same as what Nestle did? Nestle, he had Westcott and Hort's text, Weymouth's text, and I think it was the Weiss text. Those three, wherever they agreed, that became his text, and the marginal notes were just where those editions differed. So that's the Nestle text edition number 1. So now we're up to 28. So what happened in the 25th edition? There's the 24th or 25th edition. They had Kurt Aland, Carlo Martini. He was a Jesuit. They had Bruce Metzger. They had a whole bunch of these heretical type of people together. And so one's a Jesuit, in line to be a pope. But they had him involved as well. And so then they've formulated the text. And they actually said that they went back to the Westcott and Hort text and used that as their primary text. And now you got the 28th edition of that. Now you got the CBGM with their new fandangled methodologies. And it's like their methodology of how to get the text is chopping and changing the text all throughout the last 3 or 4, probably the last 250 years, 300 years. Their methodology has changed like 6 or 7 times. When the papyri came along, it totally discredited Westcott and Hort because it had Byzantine readings in it. If you want to know more about that, just read Harry Sturz. I mean, Harry Sturz is not a TR, not a KJV guy, but he clearly says papyrus has all these Byzantine readings in it. So we know the Byzantine is early text. And so so Shati says, how does he know that? How does he know that some text critics are being directed by the Holy Ghost or not? Yeah, and so he's well, they wouldn't think. See, they believe that they're neutral scholars, that you can be not even have the Holy Spirit and be, just it's like a game of Tetris. You just put the blocks in the correct thing, and it's going to come out with that type of reading. That's how they make out to the apologists and general public of what they're doing, but they're lying. It's an art form, and many times they're going that they don't understand that England was overrun by Unitarians, and it's a massive Unitarian influence into their text. So you have these modern day Trinitarians who are defending a Unitarian type text, and so
it's awesome. I love this.
Sure. Well, and just let me add to what you said there, Mark. It's also important to point out, I'm going to say several times, well, this doesn't matter for translation, or this is instant. Well, don't make any mistake about this. The scholars who do this work, they will chase down and research every nuance, every little jot and tittle I can say to try to ascertain which is original. So just because it doesn't impact translation, it doesn't mean that I'm saying that that it's not important. It is, because these scholars are going to pour all the same effort into finding out which one was original, even on the.
So they're textual absolutists. So Mark Wood should reject those guys because they're chasing it down to the jot and tittle. This guy, he better get up. He better watch all the videos by Mark Ward about the Confidence Collective, because he's using language that sounds awfully like a textual absolutist. And if he doesn't watch out, he's going to become one of these absolutists. He's going to be, Mark Ward's going to be doing videos against this guy soon, I guess.
These things that seem insignificant. So, incredible work has been done and continues to be done to get us close.
So if a TR person goes to the jots and tittles and we're like, that's the reading, that's occultic. But if these guys do it, that's good scholarship. Oh, okay. What a bunch of baloney, and obviously, I'm not coming against this guy because he probably just doesn't know what Mark Ward's been saying. He's been busy, counting manuscripts. But, Mark Ward's basically saying this stuff. You just have to, have a general trust in the message and all this sort of stuff and the doctrines of the Bible instead of each word. This guy's like, the jots and tittles are important. I mean, I'm sure Mark Ward's just losing his mind over this. But then again, these guys seem to guys like Mark Ward, they seem to contradict themselves in the next video who do something different, and just like their methodology is totally contradictory. It seems like these guys are confused. They're confused in what they consider absolute, because they absolutely would say that 1 John 5:7 shouldn't be in there. So they're absolutists. It's just the other side of the coin.
Close to that original in the Greek, as we can. So So yeah, so hand and foot, I mean, this is a great example. So sword orders, we're going to knock these out because, again, it doesn't impact our translation work. So coming back then on our next slide to the chart, we have 402. I think I found 70 some examples. Now, sometimes these categories overlap. Like there's sword order issues that are also singular readings. I've already knocked those out of the singular readings. So sometimes these overlap.
Okay.
But this one, I found 70 some. So click to the next slide, and we have now just 327 to deal with. So what's left? Next slide. Remaining 327 variations. These are all going to be represented in these three kinds that are left. There's omissions, that's words left out. There's additions, that's words that are added. And then we have substituted words. That's just simply changes in the wording. Now, the good news is most of these are either easy to resolve or they have only minimal impact on the meaning of the text, just nuance stuff. And we'll talk about this. So let's dive into this. We have omissions. Next slide. I found 175 examples in John 11 where some manuscripts lack a word or words that were part of the original text of John 11. And again, only a few of these prove hard to resolve, and none impact our understanding of the text. That's great news. Now, why would a scribe omit words? Well, there's all kinds of examples I could show in this presentation, but if you go to the next slide, there's conjunctions. Conjunctions are wonderful little connective words. They are important. If you're into Greek, you can get some of these books on discourse analysis where they will analyze words like and but and then, and sometimes they can become very significant in the logic and the structure of an argument. But these words, when they're copied, the scribe tends to read the story, and they get the story in their mind, and they go to write, and they just forget to put in this little connective. It just gets frequently dropped out among some manuscripts, enough that I can't call these singular readings. But the manuscripts that typically drop these, it's accidental. I think it's just because their minds are into the story. And that's always a bad thing if you're a copyist. You don't want to think about the story. In fact, Mark, I've seen it where there was one I was doing years ago. I was collating a manuscript, and it got to the Passion Week and the crucifixion. And this scribe he had done tremendous work. And then all of a sudden, he's making mistakes left and right. He can't get anything right. He's spelling words wrong. He's leaving words out. And it dawned on me, he's into the story.
That's great.
He's not paying attention to his work. So so these things happen, especially with conjunctions. So we don't really worry about these so much. It doesn't really impact the meaning of the text directly. And most of these are easy to resolve. It's just usually like 10, 15, 20 manuscripts at most that leave these out. I can't call them singular, but they're almost like singular readings.
Let me jump in here. And of course, these words, omissions and additions, and
I just want to see what books he's got on the shelf here.
Happen, especially with conjunctions. So we don't really worry about these so much. It doesn't really impact the meaning of the text directly. And most of these are easy to resolve. It's just usually like 10, 15, 20 manuscripts at most that leave these out. I can't call them singular, but they're almost like singular readings.
Let me jump in here.
Edification requires intelligibility. Okay. Looks like a whole book on that. Maybe that's like his latest thing. Auslan, Reformed Dogmatics. Nothing too special.
And of course, these words, omissions and additions and deletions, or actually, I'm forgetting what the third word was that you used. Go back. Substituted words. Yeah, substitutions. These are pretty loaded. And anytime
they're pretty loaded. I mean, even Jesus, at the last part of the book of Revelation, he inspired it to say, don't add or subtract, but apparently they're loaded terms, not biblical terms. I mean, when you read Deuteronomy, it says, don't add or subtract from these words. Don't change the word of God. And so, I mean, yeah, they're loaded apparently because it doesn't fit in with Mark Ward's narrative. So when you corner him, he's like, you're just using loaded words, And so, I mean, that's the thing. These guys, they don't believe in those verses. They never talk about those verses. They just wish that, I guess, they would go away. And but we who believe the Bible, we believe every word of it. And so even the small little details are very important. But we don't even think that these are small details. I mean, right at the end of the book, I mean, if Albert Einstein was dying today of cancer and they had a microphone in his mouth and they said, what's your last words? His last words are important, And so the last words of the Bible, obviously it says, don't add, don't subtract, don't do these things. So it's very important. But these guys don't seem to think that that's important. And that's the thing when they go, even this other scholar, I'm not having a dig at him, but it is quite a common thing where it's like, well, these are unsubstantial changes or whatever. And it's like, to who? What, just to you or to your theology or to your denomination or to your critical text guys, Mark Ward and his friends, or so Shoti says the reason why it's the reason why. It's because it's the doctrine that matters, not the words, Nick. Yeah, so that's the thing. They think the manuscripts are preserved, the doctrines are preserved, the message is preserved, not the words. And so
Anybody hears, oh, words are omitted, oh, words were added, well, Revelation 21 says the curse will be added to the person.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mark's been watching my videos. I can usually tell if someone's been watching my videos. They just bring up a few little things that I'm when he's bringing up the Dan Wallace quote and he's bringing up this, I've been harping on these things quite a lot. And so let's just see.
Adds or omits. And I want everybody to understand what you're saying here. I'm going to try to repeat it and you make sure that I'm understanding you correctly. The reason you're willing to call it an omission is that even though the lack of this word, for example, and or but, a conjunction, most of the manuscripts that you look at, the ones that seem trustworthy, the ones that are older, or just the vast majority of them, they would have this word and or but at this place. But just a few, enough so that it's not a singular reading, lack them. And so it's rather clear that these words were omitted from these few manuscripts. Same, I'm going to assume, with editions. You've got such an...
See, Mark Ward's basically jumping into a majority text type of thing. Oh, well, the vast majority of manuscripts have it, but some, what about when Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, it's only just those two manuscripts against thousands? And see, this is the thing. They jump to, when they're doing apologetics, they jump to majority text and they lie. Because they're like, oh, the TR has a minority reading here. It's like, yeah, we never said we're, some people do think that it's majority text, but obviously, I've talked about that quite a lot, where we're not a majority text, we're an eclectic text. If the majority does just so happen to back up the vast majority of what we're doing, it's like, okay, that's interesting. But we have an eclectic text. And so Mark Ward will all of a sudden jump to, majority text, and they do this whenever they're coming against a TR in those minority readings. They all of a sudden are concerned about the majority, but they're not concerned about the majority in a whole bunch of other readings where it's just Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. And so doesn't that sound something like a textual absolutist would say? Yeah. And so it's like, see, the thing is they're trying to find out, we've got our words all lined up. Our ducks are all in a row and they fit and they look good. They've got a big duck there and a little baby duck, and then they've got a picture of a crocodile, and then it's not in a row, and there's one missing. It's like, what's that? It's Picasso art, and that's their text is like that. And so for them to say something's omitted or something's added, it's just like a blasphemy to them. Because we could never say about their own text that something is missing or something is added. But see, notice this, scholar can say that. But Mark Ward, because he's on the cusp of being an apologist who'd lie to people about this whole issue, he has to say, we're sort of like majority text sort of thing. We have all these words, and so he's pretending that they've got like a standard text, but then he doesn't want to be an absolutist, so it's sort of like, well, we're not sure what those readings are, but they're only small little differences and all this sort of stuff, and so it's a total contradiction. What he says out of one side of his mouth contradicts what he says out of the other side of his mouth, and so
overwhelming testimony and all the rest of the manuscripts to the presence of these, maybe even across manuscript families, that you're safe calling them additions. So we're kind of talking about the obvious minority readings.
Obvious minority readings of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. That's why they labeled the TR the majority text. This was one of the names for it, back in the day. And so the traditional text, majority text, the Byzantine type text, that's why they labeled it that, This reminds me so much of what's going on with Twitter right now. The lefties on Twitter are crying about free speech because they're being suspended on Twitter. But just 6 months ago, they didn't care about free speech. They demonized it. Yeah, and so you'll find these guys many times are like, he's like, which TR? And he's draining out a gnat. But then he'll swallow a camel. And just go, oh, the last 12 verses of Mark, of course they have to be out. What, on the testimony of 2 manuscripts, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus? And then it's like this whole story, oh, you have to weigh the manuscripts and, all this. And it's, at the end of the day, they're just going with 2 manuscripts. Vaticanus and Sinaiticus don't have the last 12 verses of Mark. 1,637 manuscripts do have it. Everything else has it. So why are you only going with these 2 manuscripts? And then he's making these statements like, oh, well, the vast majority of manuscripts have these readings in it. It's like, well, Mark just doesn't know. And so this is the thing. He's confused. He obviously has no idea about the methodology of Westcott and Hort right up till today. He has no idea about how they basically have gone with minority readings over and above the vast majority of readings. Almost like everywhere there's variance. Most of the time that's the issue. There's like 99.9% of manuscripts are saying one thing, and then the Vaticanus and Sinaiticus is saying something else, and they're going with that, Now, sometimes the TR does that, but usually it's very infrequent. And usually we have a lot of internal consistency, like say with the reading with Luke 2:22. I mean, we have the Old Testament, a whole chapter in the Old Testament saying it's herb purification. And these guys are like, oh no, we're going to go with herb purification. Obviously, it doesn't make theological sense. It makes a contradiction in the Bible. It causes Jesus to either be a sinner or Mary to be sinless. It's either going one way or the other. It causes all these problems. And so that's the type of logic, internal consistency that we have with these TR readings. And we can easily back them up and say, well, this is why. But half the time when you're going with, say, instead of God was manifest in the flesh, you got who appeared in the body. You got 99% of the manuscripts say God. So it says God was manifest in the flesh. And so he's going with minority reading where it affects the deity of Christ. So the internal consistency there, so we could just go, oh, majority, but these guys, they're not interested in the majority. That's the thing. So you got to go, okay, well, and the internal consistency is that it has a predicate without a subject, which is probably the greatest grammatical blunder in their whole entire text. Having a predicate without a subject, having great is the mystery of godliness. What's this mystery? You're sitting on the edge of your seat. What's the mystery? He appeared in a body. Who appeared in a body? Well, everyone. I've appeared in a body. So is Mark Ward. So is D.A. Wade. So who appeared? And it actually, in the Greek, it says who appeared in a body. And so they had to invent the Hort theory of that it was a hymn. It was an ancient hymn that they broke out and started singing, he appeared in a body. And it was a song that Paul broke out into because it's such an abrupt change. And that only comes from Hort. It doesn't come from before him. It's just an absolute abomination. And it's because of the Latin. They actually get that reading from the Latin. So they're like, oh, the TR's got these Latin readings. That's pretty much a Latin reading. And now there was a tiny minority of manuscripts. Even James White in his book says it's the better reading. God was manifest in the flesh. He says he agrees with Dean John William Berg on that. So these guys are all over the shop. If you want confusion, go and get Mark Ward's book, then read James White's book, then get Dan Wallace, and you'll just be like, and you'll end up like Bart Ehrman. These guys are turning this generation into a bunch of Bart Ehrmans. They're attacking the Word of God, and I don't think Mark Ward actually knows what he's talking about. He's like, oh, majority, oh, minority, oh, I don't know. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Right. And I'm gathering that, internal testimony suggests that they should be there because they make perfect sense where they are. And
okay, so when it's internal testimony with support for the TR, you reject it. When it's clearly a grammatical error, God was manifest in the flesh, or who appeared in a body. Clearly, like a schoolboy wouldn't do that type of error. But you're going with, you don't care about internal consistency. You don't care that 1 John 5:7 has a massive solecism there. Don't even talk about it. Let's just not even go there. Let's pretend that the greatest living linguist, Georgios Babiniotis, when he says that there is a syntactic parallelism there, when you have to have verse 7 to have verse 8, because the grammar is completely changed there. If you have the comma there, there is no solecism. If you don't, there is a huge gaping hole in the text. But these guys don't want to deal with that because they know they're coming against world-leading authorities on this. And so, yeah.
That's why you feel confident. Rather than saying, as the Lexham Textual Notes does, and this is one reason I recommend it, it doesn't use the words omit or add or substitute.
Sure.
It uses the words present or absent.
Present or absent. Like, as if that's all you're doing is just semantics. The Bibles say this is omitted. Many times you grab a ESV, New American Standard, whatever, and it will have this as omitted, or such and such omits this, or so we're using the terminology that up until like 10 years ago was just stock standard. That's omitted, that's added. But then apologists are like, don't use those words. That's what King James guys do. They say it's added and subtracted. And so it's like, oh, okay, we've got to get with these new rules. And it's like, well, hang on, but they're Bibles and Greek texts, and the Net Bible says that this is added and this is changed and this is subtracted. And it's like, we can't use their own terminology? It's like, no, we're the apologists. You have to agree with us. We've got a good story. We don't want those pesky facts to get in the way of our good story. And so get with the program. And so they sort of demonize us as if we're deliberately like, that's omitted. It's like, no, that's what your own text says. That's what your own Greek text many times say. Things are omitted and added. And so what's he saying? It's they've got this new terminology now that we all have to learn. Let's just jump on here for a sec.
The Lexham Textual Notes does, and this is one reason I recommend it. It doesn't use the words omit or add or substitute.
Sure.
It uses the words present or absent.
Isn't that the same? It's present. This word is present in our text, or absent from it.
Right.
So that there's no prejudicing of the discussion. I just wanted to get that in there. Just want to make sure I'm saying that right.
Yeah, absolutely. And another way to put it, Mark, is to say on most of these, the majority text, the Textus Receptus, and the critical text all agree. Yes, it's not. There's no debate even among these. Sometimes they're viewed as very disparate, printed editions. The reality is they agree largely. It's everybody gets.
Well, they all agree, and they agree largely. Okay, we're going to look at that.
Worked up about the differences, but the reality is they largely agree on things like this, especially.
Right.
And so, yeah.
I have one.
Especially when you're looking at a chapter, which a book that has the least variance, John, and the chapter in that book, chapter 11, that has the least variance. Yeah. What about just go back a few chapters to chapter 7 where there's 12 verses missing. Chapter 7 and 8. 753 to 811. 12 verses are missing. I mean, you just go there. But yeah, sure, we just picked this one little case study. It's like we found this one person who's, super fit and has this, genetic abnormality to, just they've got this massive thyroid that just that everything they eat it just turns to muscle, and let's use them as the main guy for our fitness program, sort of thing. It's like look at everything. Why not go to if Mark Ward was to be honest, go to the next in his next video, go to the chapter that has the most variance and look at that. But he won't, because he's telling you a story. He doesn't want you to have all the information. He just wants you to feel good about your Bible. Oh, it's trustworthy because Bart Ehrman says there's problems, but there's not that many problems.
Another little point to make here, Daryl, I'm really, really sorry. As I turned my head to look, I noticed there is glitter on my face. And if I don't say something about it, I will get comments from nasty people. My grandmother...
From nasty people?
sent my annual package. We're recording this, right before Christmas, of Christmas
Right.
cookies that she's done for decade upon decade, and she tied it
I love
together
it.
with this bow that was full of glitter. And
Yeah.
apparently it got all over me, and I tried to get it off, but only in the bright light that I've got here in the studio did I see. Yep, sure enough, it's like right here. So I just want to tell all my viewers out there, normally glitter does not appear in New Testament textual criticism videos.
No.
I'm sorry. I've been very, very busy today, racing back and forth between Bellingham and Mount Vernon, taking my daughter with me to work, taking her to the dentist, taking her to her first flute lessons. There's my excuse. Okay, please continue.
Okay, well, we'll forgive Grandma for glitter bombing you.
Yeah.
That's great. So, okay, on the next slide then. This is another one. This is one of my favorites. Definite article, the. I mean, a word like the, you wouldn't think it would be much of an issue, but in Greek, this definite article is used all over the place. We don't use it as much in English as it's used in Greek. In fact, proper names typically get the definite article. So no English translation is ever going to say the Peter answered and said to the Jesus. It's just never going to be translated that way. That's not good English, but it's there in the Greek. So sometimes these articles, they get added or they get dropped, and sometimes it's debated. We don't know which one it is, but it really has no impact on the meaning. It's not going to be translated anyway. And so these are ones I think we can safely set aside. Again, John 11:30 here says, now the Jesus had not yet come into the town. Well, 11 manuscripts omit the. 11. It's not, like I said, it's almost a singular reading, but it's not, because it is 11 manuscripts. But no one would argue that should be omitted, even though we're not going to translate it. It's not going to be part of the English translation, so we just don't have to worry about that one. All right, so the next slide, we have extraneous words. John 11:44, Jesus said to them, loose him and let him go. See, in Greek, you don't, trying to explain this to English readers, you don't need a second preposition here in Greek. In Greek, you can just say loose him and let go. And Greek is perfectly fine with it. In English, we have to have a second pronoun for this to be good English. But what's happened here is the originals actually, in fact, this is one where it's a very small minority, and can I say, Alexandrian manuscripts, if that means something to people, it's a very small minority that actually include this pronoun here, the second pronoun. The vast majority, it dropped out early, the vast majority do not have this pronoun. But it's going to be translated regardless, either way, whether you have this or not, it's going to be part of your English translation. And so this is not really an issue that's going to impact our understanding of the text. And so I think this is one we can safely set aside. So that's kind of an example of some of the omissions. Now, moving on, next slide, on to additions. Manuscripts tend to grow. Greek is a very elastic language, and it loves to throw in extraneous words. So you can have a verb like answered, and answered can stand all alone by itself. It doesn't even need to have a subject, because the subject can be built into the parsing of that verb. So you can have answered. What's going to happen? Somebody's going to come along, a scribe is going to add a subject to that verb. They're just going to add he, because that's what they're thinking. In the context, they know it's he answered from the context, so they just add he as they're copying. Well, somebody else might come along and say, well, I know it's Peter who's answering, so they swap out he for Peter. Well, then somebody else can come along and say, well, Peter answered, but he's going to speak. So they add Peter answered and he said, and then you can add a saying, because these things can just grow with time, and they do. So again, but even with this example, nothing that's been added has destroyed our ability to understand what John said. Whether you include all these words or only go with answer, the context is clear, and you're not losing understanding at all.
I love this. And I want to break in. I want to say that in a language in which the written language did not originally include all the varied developed punctuation that we now use in written formal English, and so things like the word saying could function effectively like quotation marks. I'm about to tell you, I'm about to start. The words are actually coming from the person that I'm quoting. And that's why words like that could also be included. Anyway, yes, this is so great. Keep going.
Okay. So more with additions here. I actually found 87 examples in John 11 where multiple manuscripts have added a word or words that are not accepted as part of the original text of John's Gospel. And again, most of these are where Textus Receptus, critical text, majority text all agree. Okay, so these are things that are just extraneous out there. They're part of the variation collection. And so again, why would a copyist add words to the text? That always sounds scary. People say, well, adding to the text. You mentioned Revelation and the warning by adding to the text. Well, these aren't malicious copyists. They're not doing this because they're trying to make a statement. Copyists tend to be very careful with the text, but you have to understand, if you're spending a year making a manuscript, you're going to make mistakes. So I found several examples here. In fact, even the secular scholars will say, yeah, there's a few examples that maybe were done for theological reasons, but I believe all of these additions in John 11 were just accidental. So let's just kind of look at some of these. There's situations where words are added because they just seem to naturally follow. And, they're putting the ink back in the inkwell and their mind is stale for a second, and they're thinking about the story, and it's easy to add additional words. Sometimes they'll add things in that were in the margin of their exemplar. Somebody made a note in the exemplar, say, oh, I think this is this. And so the copyist will see that in the margin, and they'll just add that right into the new copy, and it makes it look like it's part of the original scripture text. So that's kind of dangerous. That can happen as well. On to the next slide. This is a classic example of an addition from John 11. It's John 11:41. The text there says, "And Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, Father, I thank you that you have heard me." So notice the pronoun his is in italics. That's because if you have some English translations, and King James does this, if there's an English word that has no Greek word, it's just been supplied for good English, they put it in italics to signal to you this is not in the original Greek. Mm-hmm. And that's the case here. The original copy of John 11 did not have his, because if you think about it, if you're lifting up eyes, who else's eyes can you lift up other than your own, right? So you just lift up eyes, okay? And so 123 manuscripts actually added his to the text. And we can understand why, because it just naturally follows. Now, where did Jesus lift his eyes? Well, the text doesn't say, but 173 manuscripts added unto heaven, because Jesus goes on to address the Father. So you can just see how these things will grow. If you go to the next slide, there's actually 31 manuscripts that added both his to eyes as well as unto heaven. So these things just kind of grow. But has anything been lost? No, because even with these additions, these are things that are logical from the context. We know that this is true because of the context. We don't need these words, but it's not changed John's meaning at all. So we don't have.
So John 11:41. I'll just have a quick look at that. Okay. Bible Hub's good. As far as into heaven. Yeah, so the his is in italics in King James. So
have to worry about these. And then one more on the next slide.
Okay, let's keep going. Okay. I jumped in, so I will. Sure. I'll keep going with my interruption here. I just love this. This is absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to see the next chart. I think what's hitting me here is when I look at these differences. It's scary to think. There are different New Testament manuscripts. They don't all say the same thing. But what you're doing is patiently showing us over and over again how differences in wording don't necessarily have to make any difference in meaning. Just wanted to say that. Let's keep going.
Yeah, and we're going to stress this again, that we're talking about the difference between a nuance and the difference in an understanding. When you can't understand something, that's serious. That's very serious if you can't understand. But if we're just talking about nuance differences, Jesus instead of Christ, or some of these additions that are just adding what we already know to be true, these aren't concerning to us. And so, so here's another example. There's only 5 manuscripts that add a word here to John 11:43. Jesus cried out with a loud voice, "Lazarus, come forth." Well, you can see why some would just add the word saying, because it's a quote now, and they're just into the story. So Jesus is speaking. This is the climax of the whole chapter, of the whole account. Lazarus, come forth. And so they just add that word saying. Only 5 manuscripts. So no one's going to argue that saying there is legitimate. It's just that it is there in 5 manuscripts. Okay, so with additions, then it is important to point out, and Mark, you alluded to this earlier, this debate between is something added, was it dropped out, which is original. So there are some examples, to be totally transparent. In the New Testament, there are examples that are debated. Was it dropped and it shouldn't have been? Was it added and it shouldn't have been? It's debated. Now, in John 11, I did not find any that were hard to resolve in this sense. That were, affects the nuance even and are hard to resolve. There aren't any of those in John 11. So that's good news. So then moving on, then I found, next slide, substituted words. I found 65 examples in John 11 where some manuscripts display a completely different word in place of the word that's found in other manuscripts. And a couple of these do affect the specific nuance, but again, none affect our ability to understand what the Apostle John was trying to tell us about the story. And so the vast majority of these are easily explained by the scholars who are doing this work on the original text. So
I guess you can just delete parts of the story. It's like, Jesus was, walking. You can just sort of delete pretty much everything until he gets to a place, and the details of everything, and as long as you got the general gist. So this is the thing: can this guy commit the sin in Revelation 22? Can he commit that sin? And where would be an example of him doing so? Or does he have all these variants that he can go, well, it's in that manuscript, so I'm not committing a sin because this manuscript has that reading in it? When does it get to the point where he has a settled text and he's like, well, okay, that's the reading. If I were to go outside of those boundaries, I would be committing the sin in Revelation.
Next slide. An example here, John 11:4. You have, when Jesus heard that, he said, "This sickness It's not unto death, but for the glory of God, that the Son of God may be glorified through it. Well, there's 6 late manuscripts that switch that title to Son of Man. Clearly a mistake. No one's going to argue. All of the printed Greek texts are going to say Son of God. That's the original, but there are 6 that change it to Son of Man. And we're going to see this whenever there's a title like this that's common, and there's different places in the New Testament that have a similar title. Somebody's going to make that mistake. It's just always going to happen. In this case, it was 6. See, and part of the problem here, Mark, I should also point out, is the fact that there's so many manuscripts. Okay, we wouldn't even be having much of this discussion if all we had were 11 manuscripts or 100 manuscripts of John's Gospel, because most of this chaff that we're wiping away wouldn't even exist. So part of the problem, the skeptics have all this fuel to argue about, but the problem is, if we didn't have we want the manuscripts, and this is great to have so many manuscripts, but with the manuscripts come all these additional readings that we have to kind of sift through.
Yeah, and another little.
And so, Ishoti says that's like the depopulation, population control, or gun confiscation, gun control. Yeah, just rewording things. It's like collateral damage means you bombed a bunch of women and children. Like calling. Helg says the words being high priest that year occur 2 times in John 11 verses 49 and 51, and many text critics would regard the last occurrence as borrowed from 49, but both are in almost all manuscripts. Good example. That's a great example. And so I might go to verse 51 here and just pull that up, because that's the type of thing that we're checking out. And no doubt as we go through John 11 will be a bit of a highlight, and people will copy more things into the chat and things like that. And so, okay, he did not say this of his own, but as high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus would die for the nation. Okay, high priest at that time, being high priest that year. It does seem to have the same words there. High priest that year. Okay, so that's the second inference of that. I'll just check verse 49. Maybe it's the other way around. Caiaphas, who was high priest that year, at that time, was high priest that year. Caiaphas being high priest that same year. Yeah, so it doesn't seem to, many text critics would regard the last occurrence as borrowed. Okay, so that doesn't mean that it has equaled into a translation, but many times it might just be something like in an apparatus where it's like, okay, we're talking about that. And so I'll just jump up here. So Ishoti says, just because they weren't malicious doesn't mean they won't get that judgment. Did the people that touched the Ark of the Covenant in the Old Testament when it fell and they caught it, were they malicious? No, they just weren't Levites, but they still broke God's law and got the judgment for it. Yeah, that's the thing that applies to everyone. Chopping and changing God's word. It's a very sobering verse there. It's pretty clear from the way they're explaining it from their form of text criticism. Trumps what Revelation says about adding and taking away. Yeah, they just simply don't believe those verses. And when you point them out, they're just like, oh, you're a King James. They just turn to you and just start. And it's like, well, can't you answer the question? How can they how can a majority person commit that sin? If they find 50 manuscripts somewhere, that can change their text at any moment. So they can be, if you're a majority text guy, just say all these guys who were going to do a TR edition recently, and now they're like, oh, we're going to do a Byzantine edition. Just say they were to go, okay, this is our majority text, and that's it. And then they find, 100 manuscripts of Revelation, and it's like, oh, that changed a whole bunch of readings. All of our Greek and all of our, imagine they translated into every language of the world, and then it all changed, and they had to tell them, "Oh, we found these other manuscripts." You know, it's fluid. Their text is always going to be fluid, and so the critical text, their text is fluid as well. Our text is settled, and so Helg says John 11:41 in the Nestle Alarm United Bible Society text omits from where the dead man was lying. So yeah, that's one of the ones that I want to check on Skyne of Zion. So I've got that out. It's like double speak in a sense. They say with their mouths that they care about what Revelation says, and with the same tongue they regard it. I find this with critical text people all the way through the Bible. And the thing is, too, even just something simple, like I'll say, well, you know, like I've often said, you know, recently, like I don't even think half of these guys are even Christians. And they're like, oh, you can't say that. How dare you, you know? And even if you're just critical and they call it a mean spirit, if they wanted to really see a mean-spirited person, I mean, I could be pretty full on if I really wanted to, but I probably would enter into the realm of not being saved. You know what I mean? But it's like, I'm just like, well, I just don't see that these people read the Bible and trust God's word and listen to God. And to me, it just makes more sense that a non-Christian would do that, you know. So at the end of the day, they're constantly, you know, oh, you're, you know, Nick Sayers, he's too rough and all the rest of it. And I've got no doubt that that's probably one of the main reasons why Mark Ward doesn't even acknowledge me on his radar. But I'm just saying the truth. And when it comes to Matthew 23, if you want to be Christ-like, I teach be like Christ. You know, what would Jesus do? Right. You get the bracelet, whatever makes you reminded that you should be behaving like Jesus. But then you go, okay, Matthew 23, Jesus did that as well. And they're like, oh, you know, like Timothy Berg, who was it? Jonathan, can't remember his last name, a friend of Stephen Boyce. But they were mocking, because I was like, well, Matthew 23 is in the Bible. That's part of being Christ-like. And they're mocking it. Saying, no, you've got to be kind and you've got to be... And it's all, they're using modern Bibles to have all these words that are being changed and redefined. So you're just like this, you know, hippie with long hair sitting on a magic mushroom trip, just watching double rainbows across the sky, like, you know. And Jesus was like, you bunch of snakes, you hypocrites, you liars, and all this sort of stuff. And he was pretty full on. And Paul turned around and said, you'll be blind for a season. And a guy went blind. And, you know, Peter's like, you know, Ananias and Sapphira, just read that story. But these guys just, they don't read those stories, or they read over it with rose-colored glasses. And I don't know if it's just people who have grown up in church can do that. I can't. I grew up as an atheist. Every word of God to me when I came to the Bible was equal. So, okay, that word is just as important as that word, and that story is just as important as the other story. Not like, oh, well, yeah, the preacher said that's not important, and, you know, and after a while it's like, oh, I don't have to worry about that, you know. I just find that some of these guys have been raised in church generationally, and there's certain things that they lack. And I'm like, well, I'm stating the obvious here, that to be like Christ, you have to be like Christ. You can't just choose the lovely stuff and leave the, you know, things when he's talking about hell and all the rest of it alone. They're like, oh, you're so rough. And anyway, Helg says, yes, only P49 among the Greek manuscripts omit of that year, verse 31. But the omission, oops, I'll put that up there. It's easier to read up there because it's bigger. But the omission could have spread to more papyri manuscripts, and then the critics would have respected it. Yeah, so, and that's the thing. If they find another manuscript with that reading in it, it'll probably be the ESV updated ShamWow edition, woke edition of 2023. Ishati says, I wonder what's going to happen now. They're trying to change the definitions with man and woman when it comes to text criticism now. Yeah, well, they've already got, if you don't know about this. Jennifer Knust, videos on her Bible. If you type in Jennifer Knust, you'll get a whole bunch of stuff about raunchy, desire and sex and blah, blah, blah. Unprotected texts, the Bible on sex and marriage, And so she is an advocate for the LGBT community. But she was recently, they brought out the, what is it, the American Standard Version? It's, so anyway, I don't want to rabbit trail too far, but yeah, if you go through some of my old videos where I'm talking about Jennifer Knust, look, even Mark Ward talks about this. I encourage you to read this. Oh, he's actually promoting her. It makes arguments you will continue to see in which I've interacted with this piece. Oh my gosh. He's agreeing with Jennifer Knust. Oh my, it's so bad. So anyway, if you just type in, Jennifer Knust, and all the, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, look up videos of her talking, you'll just go, oh, this person doesn't believe the Bible like Bart Ehrman style, and is like, homosexuality is not even mentioned in the Bible. It's not a sin. So, and she was the primary architect, I guess you'd say, behind the New Revised Standard Version. The New Revised Standard Version updated edition or something like that. So anyway, maybe someone else will do the homework and put it in the chat there, just to save me being tongue-tied and rabbit trailing so far that I don't know how to get back. Red Headliner says, that's why I like the black letter text Bibles. Sometimes people seem to think the red letters are more important. All are God's word. Yeah, and I don't mind the red letters. And I guess because I don't see them as more important or less, but it's just like, oh, that's what Jesus said. There was the blue letter Bible as well, which had in the Old Testament, whenever God spoke, it was in blue, which was interesting. It was like, okay. And I guess sometimes you can just be looking for encouragement and you're going through and you just sort of like, well, I don't want to read the narrative about Jesus went here and that went there. I just want to read what he said. So I want an encouraging word at the moment and things like that. But the ShamWow edition makes a comeback. Yeah. So the ShamWow Bible, the LBGT Bible, is out and about, and Jennifer Knust is one of the main people. And I just can't believe Mark Wood's quoting her and saying, and so this is the thing, Tommy Wasserman, he doesn't believe in hell. He wrote a book with Jennifer Knust on to cast the first stone about the woman caught in adultery. And they're hailed by James White as the go-to gurus who know all about this. Stephen Boyce, he's like, what do you think of that book? It's like, oh, it's just a popular book. So, when we're doing our debate, I'm like, it's no good. But these people are seen as the gurus. And so then when you go, okay, well, Jennifer Knust is a guru, Mark Ward's quoting her, look into what she's saying, and it's just like, it's Bart Ehrman Bart Ehrman in a frock with a full Adam's apple. You know what I mean? It's like, this is, it's so bad. And this is the thing. This is how bad these guys are, And most of us are pretty conservative, and we wouldn't, to go that, we would think that these guys wouldn't go that low, but that they are lower than that. The more you dig, the more you find out, and you're just like, this is an endless chasm of just disgust and abomination. So anyway, let's get back to the video.
Point here, if you have a textual absolutist view where you already know what the perfect one is, it's the Textus Receptus, for example, then you don't have to do any of this kind of work. And that's why I effectively never, I would just say never,
the work's being done, Mark.
Here, my brothers in the King James and TR, defending worlds, talk at this level of detail. They don't have to. They can skip right over it. They can.
Why would we talk at this level of detail when at the end of this he's going to say, okay, so we've realized that almost all of these variants are nothing, and we've reduced it right down to, there's just a handful of things to talk about. Why do we have to do that to please you? We can look at it and go, oh yeah, well they're nothing variants. Let's look at something of substance, which we do. And so can't we just cut to the chase and get straight to the point? Or do we have to play the Bart Ehrman game and do the charts and, that's not really, if I at the beginning of every video just went, well, there's all these variants out there and I just did all these charts and got all the way through to the end, it's like, okay, now we're going to talk about the 15 changes in this chapter. It's he's just at every stage he is just trying to demonize TR, King James people, as not learned, not able to do the type of study. But I mean, like, I'm not really a great fan of Herman Hoskier. But Herman Hoskier was considered, and these guys would consider him a TR person. He was basically the pioneer of doing this type of collation, where you get a whole entire book. He got the Book of Revelation and he collated the whole thing in 1929. And he spent most of his fortune doing that. He used to be an international banker. He was behind the World Bank. And so, interesting guy. Most of his fortune went on buying photographs of manuscripts. So he had, I think at the time there was 200 manuscripts of Revelation. Now there's about 350. And so he was going through all those and he compiled them all, collated them all. And Mark Ward's like, you can't talk on this type of level with TR people. Well, how come I learned that through D.A. Waite? How come I can how come I mention that in my books? How come anyone who's done any type of collation, even if it is, someone like this or someone like Tommy Wasserman doing Jude or whatever, it's like, we're able to look at these. Jeff Riddle talks about these. Why are you demonizing? Why are you lying again, Mark? Your nose just went, you're just Pinocchio. You're lying again. And the thing is, we don't have to go through all of that detail to find out the difference between the critical text and the TR. Why would we have to rehash all of these manuscripts that you guys don't even follow the readings? We're not following the readings, so what's the point? Do we have to do that just to look scholarly in your eyes?
Hop in their jet and go past flyover country because they have what's perfect. But where the debate has gone with defenders of the TR in all its branches, and those who follow my channel know what I'm talking about, is that they haven't been able to answer the question, okay, well, which TR?
Oh. They haven't been able to answer the question which TR. I mean, I've answered it. How many times do I have to answer this? It's okay, let's get D.A. Waite's book back in the 90s. He's like, it's the underlying text of the King James Version, okay? Look at Hill. It's the underlying text of the King James. Cloud, underlined. It's pretty obvious. And then Scrivener, he attempted to do this. Now, I don't think his attempt is 100% accurate, but it's up there with being very, very accurate. And so, but the underlying text of the King James Version is where almost everyone goes. Now, some people go, oh, it's Scrivener's, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't fall there. I think Scrivener's a good attempt, but what was there before Scrivener? It was, and this is the thing, when you listen to Jeff Riddle, he's like, well, I go, like the Trinitarian Bible Society, I go with the underlying text of the King James and those different places in different TR editions that were compiled together to formulate the Textus Receptus edition that underlies the King James. And I mean, we're all pretty much sort of saying the same thing. Some people think Scrivener's text is that text that underlies the King James. I sort of have, gone down that rabbit hole long enough to go, well, I see differences. But Mark was just, look, he's just trying to create confusion. And, this TR thing hasn't been answered. It's like, you're just not listening, Mark. You're lying. Again, he's lying. So all along with this video, you can just say Mark Ward's lying again and again and again. He's just smearing us. So he's got this guy on his show, and the guy's actually saying some interesting things, but it's like, okay, he's a critical text guy, and at the end he's just going to say, oh, they're all sort of the same, and there's no need to worry, and just go with it. Well, if they're all saying the same thing, why not just go with the TR then? Why don't you guys just jump on the TR bandwagon then? Because you deep down, they're not all saying the same thing. Yes, exactly. Which KJV, which TR? They can't answer the question, which Bible? Yeah, at least we're like, oh, this TR. They're straining out little hairs and like, look at this. And they don't even know what they're talking about half the time. And, we're looking at Beza and Stephanus and looking at Scrivener and looking at annotations and working all these things out. And these guys are just that, he has on his website, he has the wrong list of Scrivener. I mean, that's poor scholarship. He has just so many errors. I'm just blocking a user, block user. And I've gone through all this before, with the amount of errors in his KJV parallel Bible. Just look up Revelation chapter 1, verse 8, where it has the beginning and the ending there. He says it's not in a critical text. So he is either got a mistake there, or it's just absolutely poor scholarship. And he talks about this a little bit later. So let's just continue.
Is the perfect one. And so unless you somehow, baptize this one, and then you have to explain, well, why that one and not others. I've gotten a fair number of my opponents, frankly, in this debate to give some level of acknowledgement. Okay, well, we can't exactly pick one perfect TR. It's the family of TR manuscripts, or it's or they just don't address the question whatsoever. If in either case, they're still having to do this kind of work, maybe less of it, but they're still having to do it. So
where are we doing this type of work? The underlying Greek text of the King James Bible. If we look at the King James Bible, they produced their own Textus Receptus edition. Okay, that's what Hill says. Most people agree with Hill's, Cloud, D.A. Waite, Phil Stringer, Dean Burgon Society. So, you're just looking for an answer. It's because they haven't answered it the way that you want, Mark. So you're just like, well, they've never answered. It's like, no, they've answered. And
unless you can have an absolute perspective, and wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be great if you all go on to other things? If your mind.
Yeah, it'd be great if wolves like you weren't deceiving people, and we could move on. We could just go, okay, cool. We've got a Bible here. We're all in agreement. Let's go on and preach the gospel. Now, I'm glad that I can multitask and I can do both things at once. But it's like, it would be great to just not have this type of drivel that you parrot, and I go out in the streets preaching, and someone turns around and says to me, oh, and they start repeating what you've said, or Bart Ehrman said, or Dan Wallace, or whatever, and it's just full of rubbish.
Mind is kind of, your eyes are glazing over, and you're like, wow, this is just so much detail. Well, then this is not your calling, and you're going to have to trust somebody else to do this kind of work. But this is the situation, as I frequently say, this is the situation that God gave us. Okay, keep going.
Yeah.
It's the situation that God gave us. It's like, well, everything's of God, including abortion. Everything's of God, including all the variant readings, including that Marcion was of God, Judas, he's of God too. All these people, everything bad is of God. I just, what a flimsy bibliology Mark Ward has. So Ashati says, and what I mean by they, I mean those that take their text critical position. Yeah, they can't tell us where the Bible is, or else they'll be committing the sin of absolutism. It's too easy for them. That's why they won't jump on the TR. It's too easy to just believe in one Bible. It's the simplicity of the gospel. Hey, we have a Bible. If we say that, we're just ignorant dimwits who haven't read all the Watchtower magazines to get the truth or whatever, haven't done the Bart Ehrman, Dan Wallace Credo course and this other thing. We need to do all that to know the truth. I've done all that. It's rubbish. It's confusion. Which Greek text? Which Nestle edition? Exactly. You just throw it back at them and they're like, I don't know. Nust and others work so hard to remove homosexuality from 1 Corinthians 6, but the passage lists several other sins too. To shall not inherit the kingdom of God, thieves, covetous, drunkards, revilers. Yeah, absolutely. That's one of my favorite quotations, actually, from that part in 1 Corinthians chapter 6. Which TR? I say which NA. Yeah, absolutely.
It's God's providence. We're here because of God's providence. This is what we have. So we wrestle with it. So, so substituted words. On the next slide here, we've got pronouns. And I think I've alluded to this already, where pronouns can get swapped out for the proper name. Here's an example, John 11:53, where there's 3 late manuscripts that swap out the pronoun and say they plotted to put Jesus to death instead of just putting him to death. Well, again, it doesn't really matter. We know what they're talking about. It's a very minor variation that's not debated. Next slide. This is a good one here, John 11:55, because sometimes scribes will copy, they'll replace a word with another term that basically means the same thing. So John 11:55, it says, now the Passover of the Jews was at hand, and many went up from the country to Jerusalem before the Passover to purify themselves. So you have Passover mentioned twice in the verse. 33 manuscripts swap out feast for the second mention of Passover. Well, Passover is a feast, and we know from the context that it's the Passover feast. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, these 33, the meeting's not altered. We don't have to worry about this one. So I'm just trying to illustrate that the vast majority of these issues are just like this. We don't have to worry about them. And they're not even debated among the 3 different Greek texts. So it's not an issue. Next slide. I'll just quickly go through this one. Prepositions.
So what he showed us so far have no difference between the majority text, critical text, and the TR. And so, but Mark Ward wants us to do all this homework. He's like, well, these TR people wouldn't do all this homework. It's like, it's redundant. But why would you have to do all this? You know what I mean?
Are very flexible. You understand some prepositions, not all. Some prepositions are very flexible. Mary comes to Jesus and she falls down where? She falls down before him at his feet. And all English translations are going to say at his feet. Well, the prepositions behind that English translation, 1200 read ace, which means at in this context. 56 read cross, which means at if it's in this context, or toward. 9 read epi, which basically means at. You have a little bit different nuance with para. It means more like beside, but that's only 3 manuscripts. So you can see, even though there's this issue here, they're all going to be translated pretty much the same way. It's not going to impact our understanding at all of what's happening. We know that Mary came. We know where she fell.
Yeah, and here I go again. I want to insert myself because any theory of the manuscripts, whether it's a textual absolutist one or a textual confidence one or a textual skeptical one, has to give some kind of account for why these variations exist, right? Textual absolutism, almost always in my experience, I'm going to have to say always in my experience, I just haven't read them doing something different. They feed these textual differences into some kind of narrative of doctrinal change. I've just never heard them explain, okay, so why does it say at, or by? What about these countless meaningless differences? Where did they come from? The closest I've ever come to hear an explanation is, well, Satan was trying to cover up his tracks by adding all of this meaningless variation along with, the stuff that he was.
What the? I mean, I've never heard like D.A. Waite go, oh, well, they omit, the and there at the beginning. It's Satan is, we're just concerned about all the words of God. And so obviously we want all the words to be in there. And Mark Ward, he's still he's not listening to people. He's got the lowest hanging fruit that he can possibly get. And he's repeating them like, oh, it's just all Satan's fingerprints all over the place. And it's like, well, no, at times it has to do with the context of the Greek. And so if you're reading through something and you see that the sentence is continued into the next verse and it has a conjunction there, and that conjunction is needed there for the morphology and syntax of the Greek language to make sense, then someone who is skilled in the Greek language can tell that there needs to be a conjunction there, and they go, well, obviously that's been omitted, and they go through the manuscript evidence and go, oh yeah, well there are other manuscripts with that reading in it. Yes, that makes more sense. Now there's not a solecism there, and so sometimes it can be that type of issue. So Mark, who can't read Greek or Hebrew or Latin fluently, wouldn't know that. He wouldn't know how to distinguish between something that's a solecism and something that's not. And so at times you will see certain patterns in writings, like say in the book of Revelation. Many times the K is at the beginning of almost every verse. It's like, and this happened, and that happened, and so sometimes it's not translated, or sometimes it is translated as then, or but, or and so or also this happened. But can Mark read the Greek fluently enough to understand that? Can he examine the writings of John and tell the patterns that John has? And so he's coming against us as textual absolutists, that we are just we're just like, oh, it's Satan, and all this. It's like, no, sometimes it's just good scholarship, Mark. Sometimes it's just linguistics. Sometimes it's just someone knowing the Greek, or knowing that it's quoting from the Old Testament, and that has the conjunction in it. And so obviously that's the reading, or it's not just someone in the back blocks of the southern states of America playing a banjo on the porch going, it's the devil. That's what he's basically saying, that we're claiming. Now, ultimately, if someone causes you, if I sent pornography to Mark in his letterbox and he opened it up and saw it, he would say, oh, that's the devil. But it was me. Okay, I did that. Now, if he is committing the sin in Revelation 22 and adding and subtracting, and he's causing other people to believe it, yes, it's Mark Ward. Yes, it's Westcott and Hort. Yes, it's these other people. But ultimately, is it the devil as well? It's the sin. You know what I'm saying? It's the works. It's the fruit of the devil. So that's why we're saying, these omissions, these subtractions, many times they are doctrinally significant. And look at we'll just get the book by Jack Mormon, 356 doctrinal changes from the critical text to the Textus Receptus. Even look through, defending the King James Bible. I'll just open to a random page and read it. Okay, well, that doesn't have, that's the translators. Okay, here we are. Malachi 3:1 reads clearly, behold, I will send my messenger, and he will prepare the way before me, and the Lord whom you shall seek shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom you delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts. Okay, so I'm just trying to... Okay, yeah, so we're looking at the in the prophets thing in Mark. So yeah, even that, in the prophets or in the prophet Isaiah, well, that's in Malachi, where it says, behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before you. So that the internal consistency of the Bible clearly shows that. So that would affect the doctrine of bibliology, that would affect the doctrine of preservation, that would affect the doctrine of inspiration, and that would affect prophecy as well. Because if it's saying that it's in the prophets, plural, or just in the prophet Isaiah, that makes a difference. And so anyone, an atheist, a Muslim, they could read that and get totally confused with their reading your Bible, but they don't with the TR. And so it affects doctrine. It's just one example. Just it affects doctrine. So if they're all the same, why not just read the TR? Then these guys would be out of a job. Yeah, exactly. And and the Verbum Logos Alliance, who through Faithlife are paying Mark Ward's house off. I mean, imagine Mark. What would he do? He'd have to go and get a real job, digging holes in the sun or something, or mowing lawns or doing something. What would he do? So obviously, these guys want to keep the confusion going. So that's the thing. Bart Ehrman is just a win. It's like the lottery for these guys, because they have to answer all these questions of people like, oh, Bart Ehrman said this, and they're like, well, I'm here to answer your question, sort of thing. And it's like it's almost like they create the problem, and then they create the solution, and it's just this continual cycle of people involved in their Bible industrial complex. Red headliner says, like with many things, Logos, follow the money. Yeah, it's follow where the money goes, and you can usually see the biases of people. And so Mark with his Logos guys selling books by the Pope. Yeah, good on you guys. Might as well sell the Book of Mormon too on the side, make a bit of cash. He literally just used a Gail Ripplinger explanation to paint all the TR and KJV onlys with a broad brush. Yeah, See, this is the thing. I'm really sorry that I'm using the King James only label for these guys. I'll start using Textual Absolutism, which means we're like the Catholics and the Muslims. It's worse. I'd rather be thrown under the bus with Peter Ruckman and his racism and Gail Ripplinger and other people, Sam Gipp and that, than be thrown under the bus with the Catholics and the Muslims. It's like, which is worse? And and then what he does, he smears everyone with that same type of thing. Where I could show him 50 guys just that I know. There's heaps of TR people that I don't know. There's so many people in the Dean Burgon Society who do scholarly work, but they're just not flying on YouTube and other places, but they do quite a lot of work. And so maybe what Mark Ward needs to do is contact D.A. Waite and get all of his written literature, all of the articles, and then he can read through all that, and then he'll get an education. Ishati says he basically just slandered every Christian that takes the TR and King James only position. Absolutely. And that's what he's good at. He's a slanderer, and he's a liar. Again.
Doing it. I suppose that's the most plausible explanation anyone could give. But it strikes me that there's a reason that they're never giving attention to these matters, because they run against their narrative, which is that change in the manuscripts has to be because of some malign motive, somebody trying to change doctrine.
Yeah.
No, we TR people, KJV people, freely, always, almost every circumstance we can. If we're talking about manuscripts, we say, yes, there are written blunders. People made blunders in the manuscripts. When you copy, I often talk about homoieteiton, parablepsis, tautography. Things can get mixed up. Architeiton, similar beginnings. This happens. How can I not believe that when I'm a lot of my argumentation relies on that, where I'm saying, okay, Erasmus spotted homoieteiton in Revelation chapter 22, verse 19, with Book of Life and Tree of Life, etc. How can I talk about homoieteiton if I don't believe that happened? Or do I, have I ever said, oh, Satan got involved with it? No, it's just, if you look at the Latin words and you look at the Greek words, it's very similar. And especially if we got, sometimes you got all capitals, sometimes you got capitals with cursive, sometimes you got cursive and ligatures as well. And so some scribes made mistakes. And we're not like, oh, it was just Satan just took them over and all that. What we're saying is sometimes these mistakes are used by people for nefarious purposes in modern Bibles now. Sometimes there are people like Marcion, who you seem to not even think exists. He was the most popular character in the early church. he was the most written about person in the early church, but you don't seem to think that anyone would have nefarious purposes and come against the word of God. And so Marcion, so we admit that there are human influence into the text that is accidental. We admit that sometimes it's on purpose. Sometimes there are Gnostic readings that creep into the text. But then Mark's just like, they're saying it's all satanic. It's like, well, yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, if it's yea, hath God said, we want all the words of God. And so, yes, ultimately, it is going to be part of, if the readings aren't all there, it's like, well, that's wrong. And in an absolutely perfect world, it should be all there. But we believe that God has preserved them and they are there. But at the end of the day, you're just saying that we just think it's all Satan. You're lying again, Mark. Stop lying. But the problem is you probably need to become a Christian. Maybe we can say the sinner's prayer at the end. Maybe we'll do an altar call from our ward, Have you been adding and subtracting? Yeah, that's me, Put your hand up, bow your heads, close your eyes, and Mark can put his hand up and say sinner's prayer. And, I'm just stirring it up there. But it's like, to me, it just makes more sense to go, this guy's not saved. He's just constantly smearing, slandering, and saying things that are just not what a Christian would do. I couldn't see Jesus doing this. Paul, Peter, I know people make mistakes. Peter made a mistake by only hanging around the Jews. But it's like, when you look at it, it's like, those Jews were pretty full-on hot-headed. And he's like, I'll just sit with them because, we want to sort of sneak in the whole thing of that we can sit with the Gentiles now. And you can understand, where he's at. But this whole thing of like, just smearing people and slandering people and saying, oh, we think it's all Satan and all this. It's rubbish. Okay, so we've got 20 minutes to go. So I want to finish this.
And to speak to that, Mark, there's the issue of Mary and Martha throughout this chapter. I'm not talking about that yet at all. That's part of my part B. I'm dealing with the Bart Ehrman argument. Ultimately, I want to get to Elizabeth Schrader in this her whole attack on John 11. That's not for tonight, but I'll just say this. Mary and Martha, you have to understand, in Greek, they're different by one letter. You have Maria and you have Martha, the iota, theta. That's the only difference between those two names. And so Schrader makes a big deal about the fact that, it looks like there's a lot of textual variants where they write Mary and it should have been Martha, or Martha and it should have been Mary. Well, that's true, but my response to that is that they're only different by one letter. You're a copyist and you write mu, alpha, rho, and now you're going to write either a iota or a theta. And it'd be so easy because you're into the story and you forget where you are and you write down the wrong name. If this was a story about Lazarus and Lazarus, two brothers, you would expect all the way through there are going to be mistakes where the names are swapped accidentally. Lazarus is solid all the way through. There's no mistakes around Lazarus's name. That's one of the names all the way through. There's a couple of misspellings, okay, but no one ever puts in the wrong name, not once, okay. But it's a story where he's a singular character in the story. There's nothing to confuse him with. So these are just logical. You can predict these things. And as like I said, I've looked at now 1,400 manuscripts, and so I start to learn some of the patterns. I've got to the point where I can actually expect this manuscript's going to make this mistake, and they do, because I'm so used to seeing the patterns. And these are it's human limitation. They're making these mistakes because there's these traps that are set up, like in the resurrection, in the last day. That's just a trap. Somebody's going to leave that out because it's there to make that mistake. Other things, Jerusalem is mentioned many times in John 11. Nowhere does somebody put in a different place name for Jerusalem. Nobody says Galilee or some other place name. Jerusalem is always written as Jerusalem because it's unique in the story and doesn't parallel to anything else that could be confused. So anyway, just a little aside there. So coming back to our slide here. Next slide, we have a summary here. What's left? Okay, so we have in John 11, we have 57 verses, a total of 945 words. And again, there are 327 additions, omissions, and substitutions that are each supported by at least a few manuscripts. Okay, but in order to concern us, I have to stress this point again. In order to concern us, these differences would have to, number one, be difficult to resolve. And most of them are not. Most of them are like the 5 manuscripts, 12 manuscript stuff. And the number two, they have to affect the meaning of the text. There's no sense in arguing about an article before a proper name. It's not going to be translated. And so these things both have to be.
And so notice the fallacy here. Oh, it's 5 manuscripts. It's 2 manuscripts. Okay, so what if it's Vaticanus and Sinaiticus? There's 2 manuscripts. You will go with that. See, this is the thing. They're making out that they're looking at everything and treating everything equally. No, they're looking at, he's looking at everything and at the end of the day, they're going to go with Vaticanus Sinaiticus if it overrides their reading. So that's why they've chosen John 11 in has hardly any variants. That's why they've chosen the Book of John, which has very few variants, and so that's just it's part of the deception.
In play to concern us. So as we go to the next slide, this is where we left off, 327. Okay, so here's where I always ask the students in the classroom, how many do you guess we're going to drop to when we take out the things that are easy to explain, don't impact the meaning of the text? How many are we going to have left?
So they come to your door, we're going to chop off your arms and your legs, and you're like, oh no. And then they come back half an hour later and say, no, we're only just going to chop off your fingers. You're like, phew. Oh, that's great. Well, they're still chopping your fingers off. Or they're going to chop your hand off. Yes, it's smaller, but it's still of concern, So let's have a look.
Students will say, 40. They'll get one student guesses 120. Another tries to be optimistic and say 12 or 17, that type of thing. So I click the slide and notice what's left. It doesn't even show any color on the slide. 5. We have 5 things that would concern us. Now, the last time I did this, Mark, it was a young lady sitting in the front row, and she looked at me, and she had a look of, I never seen anything like it. It was like a look of relief and concern at the same time. I could see what she was thinking. She said, this is great, but those 5 still concern me. I'd like to get to 0, And I could see it in her face.
But no, you shouldn't. If you're a textual confidence guy, you should just be happy with the 5 mistakes. And even if they have massive repercussions and theological blunders and, the swine marathon of pigs running 30 miles the wrong direction, and, you just got to be happy with that. Be happy with the mistakes, because that's what God gave us, sort of thing.
She was a little troubled by it. So let's talk about those 5 real quickly. They're easy to talk through. First of all, confidence. When you read your translation of John 11, you can read with confidence that you are understanding the account as it was penned by the Apostle John. So these 5 things that are left. Next slide. John 11:19. Okay. You've got many of the Jews had come to Martha and Mary. That's option A. Option B, many of the Jews had come to the ones around Martha and Mary. Now let me ask this question. These Jews came from Jerusalem. Why did they go out there? They went out there to comfort Mary and Martha and the household, right? So does it really matter? Yeah, the death of Lazarus. So does it really matter whether the text says they came to the ones around Mary and Martha? Because they're going to be ministering to Mary and Martha. We know that. Or just Mary and Martha, knowing that these others are there as well. It's a very slight nuance difference. This is not something that anybody would lay awake at night worrying about what this text means. Again, this one's hard to resolve. All these 5 are hard to resolve. Okay, so they're not gimmies. There's good manuscripts on both sides. And
okay, so I'm just going to quickly look these up as we go. Was 19. Okay, we'll just see if it becomes translatable. Probably not, but King James Bible, and many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary, comforting them concerning their brother. So English Standard Version, many of the Jews had come to Mary and Martha to console them. Pretty much the same thing. So this is, doesn't seem to be a translational issue.
And here's where the critical text will depart from the majority text and the TR.
Okay, so here we go.
So they're a little bit harder to resolve. But again, you understand what John is saying here. You're not left with, I didn't mention this earlier, but an example where understanding is effective would be like 1 Thessalonians 2:7. You're familiar with that one, where Paul says, we were babes among you, or he said, we were gentle among you. Now, those are radically different. Okay, we were babes among you is nabioi, we were gentle among you is abioi. The difference is only one letter in the Greek, whether that new is present or absent, and it totally changes the meaning. Now, the good news is we know it's one of those 2. But there is question about the understanding what Paul meant there. We can't have the absolute assurance that we know what Paul meant there, unless you're going to go with the TR, and then whatever that has, you're going to go with that.
Okay, so just going to quickly go through this. So it's 11:31. I'll throw that up here. The Jews then which were with her in the house and comforted her when they saw Mary, that she rose up hastily and went out, followed her, saying, she goeth unto the grave to weep there. Okay, so these other ones don't have saying here. They have, so ESV, they followed her, supposing that she would go to the tomb to weep there. So were they saying it, or were they supposing it? And so, okay. And then we've got 19 here. Okay, so that's the comforting lost thing, the ones around Mary, to console them. Yeah, to console them is an extra concept. Or to comfort them. No, it's not. I'm wrong. Okay, looks the same. That's, no, I can't see much difference there. So let's just continue.
That, but that's an example of understanding being impacted. Okay, so that's not this. This is a nuance. The next verse, John 11:31. These same Jews, they were with her in the house and comforting her. When they saw Mary, rose up quickly and went out, followed her, either saying or thinking she is going to the tomb to weep there. So whether they thought in their minds, oh, yeah, she's going to the tomb, or whether they actually verbalized that, that's the only difference. That's a nuance. That's not really that big of a deal. So this is where I'm starting to give the students confidence. Their smiles get broader as they go through this. Because now it's like, I can live with that.
So it's sort of like in the book that has the least variance, in the chapter that has the least variance, you've got these things. So if it changes their thinking that, or they're saying that, what else? What about John 12? What about 13? Are there going to be 10 instances of this in the next few chapters? So, and what, does it make any difference if they're saying it or thinking it? And so we might just go, oh, that's really nothing. But it's like, well, were they saying it or were they thinking it? And if you've got two Bibles side by side and you're sitting there with an atheist or a Muslim and they're pointing these things out saying, look, this one says they were thinking that. The other one says they were saying it. Which were they doing? And if you just sort of like, well, I can't be an absolutist because that means I'm a cultist and I'm playing the banjo on the porch like at the deliverance. And so I've just got to say they're all right. So that's what they've got to do.
That's okay. I can live with this. This is not a big deal. This is okay. Now, the next one is a difference between singular and plural. And this one makes sense why this would get into the text. Therefore, many of the Jews, this is after Lazarus has come out, many Jews are going to believe. Why? It says Jews, they had come to Mary and had seen the things Jesus did. Well, they either saw the thing or the things. Things is probably original. And later copyists copying this, oh, that's got to be a mistake because Jesus only did what? One thing. He called Lazarus from the tomb. And so they changed it to the singular thing, thinking that I'm fixing the text. But that's really not necessary because Jesus did many things. Even before Lazarus was called from the tomb, he wept, he comforted them, he did many things. So things is probably original, but this is one that's a little bit debated. But again, can you understand what John is saying here?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, this is not at all something to lay awake at night and worry about.
Yeah, but sometimes something plural can make a big difference. And so, okay, the thing that Jesus did there, all the things. So what did Jesus do? He raised Lazarus from the dead. They came to see the thing that he did. The things. It's like, okay, what else did he do? What would you say that he did there? That was like miraculous, and that people would come from afar to see. And so I'm pretty sure he even said the word things is probably correct, which is the King James reading. Let's just rewind it back a little bit.
Things is probably original.
Things. So he's saying the TR reading is original. Okay, so I'm just going to show you. This is my website here. Now I've compared the readings here. So where were we? We're in. What was it? Verse 45, I think it was. Okay, the name Jesus is omitted there. Or was I on 45? The things that Jesus did. Yeah, so it's actually the name of Jesus is omitted there. It doesn't seem to be any difference between the in A28 and the Textus Receptus of Scrivener here, except for the name of Jesus is taken out. So sometimes that is why they've made something singular or plural, is because of an omission and an abruption in the sentence, and so they have to sort of squeeze this type of meaning in or out. So anyway, let's just continue.
And later copyists copying this, oh, that's got to be a mistake because Jesus only did what? One thing. He called Lazarus from the tomb. And so they changed it to the singular thing, thinking that I'm fixing the text. But that's really not necessary because Jesus did many things. Even before Lazarus was called from the tomb, he wept, he comforted them, he did many things. So things is probably original, but this is one that's a little bit debated. But again, can you understand what John is saying here?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, this is not at all something to lay awake at night.
Yeah, I can understand what he's saying, but is it things plural or is it thing singular? That's, I mean, yes, it's like, oh yes, we get the general gist, but we want to know, did the Jews come to see all the things that Jesus did, or the thing they came and they saw Lazarus, they wanted to see him? What else were they there for? It's like, oh, well, Jesus, did he do a magical make Mary's face appear on some toast or something, like people run for? But what other things? You know what I mean? It's like, is it the things or is it the thing? Or at the end of the day, were they only coming? So I've sort of been reading this a bit backwards. Were they only coming to just see Lazarus, or were they coming to see all of the things that Jesus did? And so it does change their whole entire motivation of what they're doing. Oh, we're only coming to see Lazarus, or no, we're coming to see, apparently Jesus is doing miracle after miracle after miracle. We're doing that. And so either way, these have ramifications on the narrative. Yes, we get the gist, but we want to know whether it's thing or things. And so the King James is correct.
Now, this is a fun one. I like this one. This is Caiaphas. He's the high priest. He's trying to give advice to his fellow brethren there in the Sanhedrin. And he says, do you consider it expedient to you that one man should die for the people? That's Haman, the Greek preposition. Or it could be human. Now, the difference between human and Haman in the Greek, those are confused all the time because it sounds so similar.
All the time.
So we have
confused all the time by critical text people.
Do you consider it expedient for us? So the only difference here is whether Caiaphas is including himself in the expediency, or he's just saying his fellow members of the Sanhedrin, just them and their expediency.
Right.
Not a big deal. I mean, this is very minor stuff.
Right.
And we know it's one or the other. Okay, that's the thing.
Okay, so one, he's saying, nor do you consider it expedient to you that one man should die for the people, where it's, nor do you consider it expedient for us that one man should die for the people. Okay, so so the for us is so the ESV and others, NASB, NIV, Net Bible, etc., have, nor do you understand that it is better for you that one man should die for the people and not that the whole nation should perish. The reading for us is found in the majority of all manuscripts. So Sinaiticus omits the words for us or for you altogether. So Sinaiticus doesn't have either of these. And Vaticanus and P66 read, it is expedient for you. And so the NASB, NIV, ESV, etc. And so the vast majority read as the King James does for us.
So John 11:57 on the next slide. This is the final one. This is another one that is just simply plural or singular. The chief priests, the Pharisees, had given orders or given an order that if anyone knew where he was, that he should let them know so they could arrest him. So again, orders was probably the original. Later copyists said, well, why is it orders? Because it's just one order. So you just change it to the singular. But you know what's going on in the story. There's no confusion here. You're not left wondering, what did John mean by this? We have the understanding. We've just lost a little bit of nuance.
Okay, so the plural is the critical text, and the order singular is the received text, which is actually translated as commandment. Now, the chief priests and the Pharisees had given a commandment that if any man knew where he were, he should show it, that they might take him. So the context is showing it's a singular commandment. He's given orders. So orders is plural, given an order. So if he gave orders that if anyone, so if Hitler gave orders to, do something, go and bomb this town, or is it Hitler gave an order to do that? And so what else is there in the plural that, so it says here, reading A is most likely original, so he's going with the critical text. As some copyists changed from the original plural to the singular because they felt the context had only given one order. Well, that's the context has them only giving one order. So that would mean that an order is the correct reading.
But we know it's one of two options, singular or plural. And that's it. That's John 11. I looked at 1,390 manuscripts on the next slide. 57 verses. There are 3,785 variations. That's true. But once we've gone through these variations and understand them and set aside things that are not impactful, all that chaff is blown away. We have only 5 very minor variations in John 11 that prove somewhat difficult to resolve, but none affect the understanding, just a slight nuance. We can understand what John wrote to us. We can have confidence in the text of John 11. And the good news is John 11 is representative of most chapters in the New Testament. We have some famous passages that are hotly debated. Yes, we admit that. Nothing we can do about that. We have the woman caught in adultery. We've got the ending of Mark.
This is not true. When I'm going through the Bible, like at the moment, I think we're in like Matthew chapter 19 or something like that. Now, we went through John, and there were some whole chapters of John where it was like, well, there's hardly any variation here. John was very easy to do. And so you go through Matthew chapter 5, there's stacks of variation. And so I just can't see what he's saying here as being true. But let's continue.
A few other verses here and there. But outside of that, most stuff is like John 11. It's just, here it is. We can understand we can have confidence in what the author provides for us in written form. This text can be reconstructed. So at this point, Mark, what I do in my classroom is I tell the students, all along this study, I have been, you can advance to the next slide. It's, I've been referring to like the experts. The experts have no problem understanding this. The experts have no problem understanding this variation.
Notice the experts here. This guy here is a Jesuit priest, okay? So this is Carlo Martini. He's saying that these guys are the go-to guru experts, okay? So you have Carlo Martini, you have Kurt Aland, I can't remember his name, Whitgreen, I think it is. Then you have Bruce Metzger, Black. And so you've got these guys involved here. They're working out, which reading should be in and which should be out. So you either have it in. So the Roman Catholic, this guy was in line to be a pope. He wasn't just some little guy, okay? This is why it amazes me. And this is the type of thing which I don't see the apologists talking about. It's just that they just ignore this. Okay, so notice how they trivialize the variants in manuscripts when it suits them, but when criticizing the TR, suddenly the variants are a trivial matter. Absolutely, you nailed it. Here's Mark Ward like, should it be found or saw in John chapter 2, verse 11? It's like there's synonyms. And so you can easily tell which reading it is if you go with the TR. Now, we know that Scrivener made a change there. I think it was unnecessary. But at the end of the day, They're straining over those things. But when it comes to these issues, and I'm going to show you that he's only going with the critical text. He's not saying where there's departures from the TR. So we're going to look at a few of them. But I just thought I'd show you, look at this band of heretics altogether. The Bible says don't fellowship with darkness. I mean, it's like this is new believers 101. It's like, Nick, I've just become a Christian. What should I do? Well, don't hang around heretics like Catholics or Mormons or Jehovah's Witnesses, and unless you're debating with them to preach to them and telling them they're going to hell. But can you see these guys even believing in a hell? You know what I mean? These guys are just absolute heretics. Like James White's a liberal Kurt Aland. He's a liberal. You know, the Bruce Metzger didn't even believe in inspiration, like, let alone preservation. Inspiration. Like, these guys are whacked. But, you know, this guy is like, these are the gurus. And so what do you think? What do you think is going to happen when someone watches Mark Ward's video and they've got the Verbum, Faithlife, Logos connection happening there? And then at the end, it's like, let's show these guys. If you followed any one of these guys' teachings, it will probably lead you to hell. And so then you've got Carlo Martini. I mean, you will become a Catholic. This is just ridiculous. He just took the words right out of my mouth, Nick, about the experts. Yeah. Look at these experts. Let's see what he's got to say about them.
So I asked the question, well, can we have confidence in these experts, these scholars? Did they do a good job? Did they know what they were talking about? And here's where I kind of transition into the fun part of this presentation.
This is the fun part.
I have this workshop I do with the class.
You know, we have fun in the class, and this translates to, it's on YouTube now, and people are watching this going, oh, so let's look these guys up. Let's look up Carlo Martini and read his books. Let's read about his books on Mary and the Pope and everything.
In fact, if you advance a couple more slides here, there's a photograph. I think it's like from 1978 or 9, somewhere in there.
I mean, why not just show the Jehovah's Witness 12 apostles that they have? You know, the 12 prophets, sorry. Why not have them? They're all just cult members. I mean, most of these guys are just so unorthodox that even when they brought out the 1952 American Revised Version, even most people who weren't King James, they rejected it, saying this is disgusting. Instead of a virgin shall be with child, it's a young woman shall be with child, because we can't be sure if she's a virgin, you know, all this sort of stuff.
You've got Bruce Metzger, Alan Whitgren, Kurt Aland,
Martini.
Carlo Martini, Matthew Black, I think, is in there. They're sitting around this table. You look at all the books piled up.
Did you notice Mark Ward said, Martini? Martini. He knows. He knows, guys. He knows who he is. He's without excuse. He knows that this is one of the main architects behind his Greek Bible that he's promoting. So I meant to say, you took the words right out of my mouth. I'm using speech to text because I'm driving home. Now, that's all cool. That's all good.
They are working on the Greek New Testament right here in this picture. And so I say to my class, this is going to be you for the next half hour. You're these guys. You know,
Can you be a heretic like these guys? Maybe we can do a bit of a chant to get a statue of, I don't know, St. Joseph or something in the middle there, and chant to it and talk to the dead and do a bit of rosary.
Reconstruct a text. So what I do, and I'm just going to summarize this because I know we're short on time.
And make the Bible up.
But I just, I found a verse in the Gospel of Thomas. Okay, I use Gospel of Thomas because I don't want anyone in the assignment to happen to have memorized, you know, the particular verse in Awanas, and now they're going to spoil the assignment. Yeah. So it's something no one's ever been familiar with. Okay, so it's a great verse because it has all the kinds of traps in that verse that lend themselves to variations. So I actually created 9 manuscripts of this verse, and I fill it with all kinds of mistakes. And I clue the students in. I say, okay, this manuscript is dated at this time, but it has all kinds. The scribe is known for spelling mistakes. This scribe is known for a lot of additions. So I tell them a little bit about what is observable. This is science. You can observe the scribal tendencies and the kinds of mistakes that individual scribes make. And so I give them those clues, and I break them up into groups of 4. and I turn them loose. I have one person who's like the leader, and the other 3 are policing 3 different manuscripts, and they work as a team, and they go through every last manuscript is defective. None of them are perfect. They all have mistakes. And at this last time I did it, I had almost a perfect score. Overall, now I've had 50 groups go through this workshop, and these are college freshmen, all the way up to like pre-seminary, that kind of thing. These are not experts. These are not specialists. These are college students. Some of them are actually kind of disinterested, quite frankly. Not really, this isn't their thing, but they're all required to do it because they're in a class. So I have now got a score of 47 out of those 50 groups have perfectly reconstructed that verse from the Gospel of Kings with all these mistakes.
Wow.
I tell you, the last time this happened, everybody got it right, and this group just cheered. They literally cheered because they realize now, they walk out with confidence because we could do this. So arguing lesser to greater, how much more could these guys in this picture do this?
Right.
And so between the presentation on John 11 and the findings there, and then their own experience, they walk out feeling very confident that, we don't have to listen to the Bart Ehrmans. We can have confidence in the text. We don't have to be an extreme skeptic. We don't have to listen to their arguments because they've seen real data. And that's what young people are looking for. They want real data. Yes. They want hypocrisy and all that stuff.
And more pressing for this channel, they don't have to listen to the textual absolutists who say that any textual variation is demonic.
Any textual variation is demonic. So, I mean, even Mark Waugh, anyone would agree that if God says something and there's a change in it, it's like, well, obviously that's because of the fall, which was inspired by Satan. Okay. So because he's sort of like, God has, even evil's sort of part of God's plan, and he's got this whole theology with that. So it's like, even all the variants, even if they're bad, they're still of God. Everything's of God. And child rape's of God. That's what James White says. It gives God glory, apparently. It's like, I'm just like, that's from the devil, man. And so any type of change, we would go, the Bible says don't change. So we would see change as something that originally is not good. And so obviously there's direct influence of the devil's involved with something, okay, and then there's just we're in a fallen world and people make mistakes. So Mark Waugh is just blurring all that and saying, we're just saying it's all demonic, and clearly we're saying yes, people make errors of homoiouton, parablepsis, these type of things. I don't know anyone who doesn't say that, so so Isheti says, do any of these college students speak and read Greek fluently? No, he's just basically said they don't. So I don't know. He's just sort of saying this whole thing. It could be very easy, or it could be, I don't know what he's doing, but Mark Waugh seemed to be just stoked in it.
That's what they actually say. Not all of them, but quite a lot of them.
That's what they actually say. Well, quite a lot of them say it's from the devil. Well, if it says in the Bible, don't add and don't subtract, then if we find something that's been added to or subtracted from, that's from the devil. Is the reading 616, would you say that that's from the devil? And Mark would go, oh, no, that's from a scribal error. Someone was trying to put Nimrod's reading. Yeah, but ultimately, any change like that, that's a deliberate change. A change like that, is that satanic? Is it from the devil? Like Wilbur Pickering, read his 4-page article on the Devil's Bible, talking about critical text guys like yourself, how these readings are from Satan, because it's chopping and changing the words of God. And so he even says if it's accidental, it's still from Satan. It's like, anyway.
And the refrain, it's understandable why it's so popular for them to repeat this. Right. So we got to wrap it up. I got to go to dinner with my kids and got to let you go. This was just utter gold. And frankly, the audio is better on this recording than the one I listened to. So I hope that your work gets even broader exposure. And I was wondering already about how could we get this second session? How could we do this on YouTube? I don't know yet, but you and I are going to talk about it because you just hit a grand slam. I love this. I want to explain a little bit to people why I love this. And I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap it up, and then we'll maybe Lord willing have another conversation one day. I'm forever trying to get people to look at specifics, to be concrete, and to use sufficient sampling when they come to these, differences among the Greek New Testament manuscripts. And when I made the KJV Parallel Bible that you've seen, I tried to show in English the differences between the main Textus Receptus edition, which is Scrivener's from 1881, and the main critical text edition, which is the NA28.
Okay, so I'll just show you that. So I've had this in front of me while we're going through this. So this is what he has for John 11. Okay. So hardly anything. He's got his disciples, then said his disciples, and his disciples said to him. He's got, but was still in that place. It says, but was in that place. And it has, supposing she went to the grave, and it has, she goeth unto the grave, or saying she went to the grave, etc. Okay. From the place where the dead was laid. So that's in the colored background font. That is an omission. So it clearly says that they took away the stone, and then it has, and Jesus lifted up his eyes. So they are missing that. So that's in the Textus Receptus. It's not in the critical text. Why didn't this guy bring that up? Okay, so we've got the and, so we've got the conjunction. He that was dead came forth. Okay, and he that came dead. So, I mean, to me, it makes way more sense. You got Jesus here, then you got, I'm pretty sure the then would be, we got a K there, and then you got a K there, but not one here. You know, it's like half the time it's just good grammar, you know, like half the time it's bad grammar to go with the critical text. Then we see Jesus is omitted. He didn't talk about that one. Jesus is taken out and it's changed to he. Mary had seen the things which he did and believed on him. But instead it's got the things that Jesus did and believed on him. Okay, and then it has the for us or for you issue that was brought up. And then it has his disciples or the disciples. And it has now both the chief priests and the Pharisees were given a commandment. Now, the chief priests and Pharisees had given orders. So they only looked at the orders thing and commandment thing. But clearly both. See, look, this is how sloppy the scholarship of Mark Ward is. See, we went through that, and I was just quickly going through it. He's got the word both here, and he's saying it's equivalent to orders here. Or actually, he should have both, and he should show that that's an omission. Actually, he is saying that that's a change. But he just hasn't highlighted commandment. And so that's what I find. Like, I'm pretty sure if I went through this chapter, I could probably find maybe 10 more issues. Now, that's what happened with Mark chapter 1. Okay, so Mark Ward jumped onto our Facebook group, so I can't remember where it was. It might have even been Robert Truelove's one, or there was a whole bunch of pages back in the day. And so it used to be my one, the Textus Receptus one, and we had like 5,500 people on there. It was quite active, but then it sort of dropped off the radar. I got busy, and then it was the Textus Receptus Bibles one run by Keith Mason, and then it was the one by Robert Truelove. He ran one, I think it was called Receive Text or something. And that's where a lot of people like, so Peter Gurry and Mark Ward, they jumped on there and they were chatting Elijah Hixson. I think they got invited on there. So Mark Ward presented to us his whole thing of the KJV Parallel Bible. And I said, look, what I'll do is I'll go through Matthew chapter 1 and we'll just see what he's discovered there. So I showed him 4 places in Matthew 1. Now, 3 of them he went with. Now, I discovered recently that he actually did go with the 4th one, because if we just quickly go there, you can tell that he has the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, where every other, even the TR editions have the book of the genealogy of Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's, if you go to my website, Matthew 1:1, you'll see all my argumentation for that. And so, but he had these type of things like Boaz, Asaph, and Amon. And so these are issues that Bruce Metzger says that these are mistakes in the originals. So that's why I was saying you need to put these in, So he went with all 4 readings, I guess, that there were. And so, but, and I was sort of like, look, if there's 3 or 4 readings that you've gone with in this one chapter, I mean, there's 260 chapters. And this chapter doesn't have that much variation. There are some places where, some books that have so much variation. And it's like, and so the other day when I was doing some other critical evaluation of one of Mark Ward's videos, and I said, okay, well, I'll just quickly jump and see what he says in Revelation chapter 1. And so here it has, in the critical text, the beginning and the ending, but it's not in the critical text. He doesn't have that variation. And that was just because I think Timothy Berg said, Erasmus said it has God here. That's a mistake. It was a ligature, which it wasn't. So these guys are illiterate. He said Erasmus couldn't understand what it was saying there. And I looked and it had theos. So I was like, I can understand it. I'm sure Erasmus could. And he was saying it's a ligature, and it wasn't. The ligature is like a fancy way of writing, a word, and it's like, no. But at the same time, I was like, I'm sure the beginning and the ending is not there. And so I looked it up, and it was like, yeah, it's not there. And that was just like, that's just one verse out of like needle in the haystack sort of thing. Let's pull one out. Oh, it's wrong. That's how bad his website is. And he has, the study guide, or which TR. And so he goes through Appendix E, which is not the definitive Scrivener list. The definitive Scrivener list is the 190 list at the end of his printed Textus Receptus. This is in his book, which is sort of like the authorized version, or it's probably even in a plain introduction or something like that. So you can go there. Yeah, it's authorized version. So it has some of the readings, but not all of them. And when you look at them, they're nearly all untranslatable. Edon for Euron has ice. So the ice, but why do all the previous editions have a certain ruler there? Rabdos or Rabdon, clearly it's Rabdon, but it's made plural by the context. But some of these, the Complutensian and others, put that in the context. Beelzebub or Beelzebul, not translatable. It's always going to be Beelzebub because that's how the English people say it. Bethsaida or Bethsaidan. There's just really no difference between half of these. And so anyway, Mark Ward sort of made himself out to be the TR guru, and someone who is actually a TR guru like myself has just looked at this, and I just look at this and laugh my head off, because this is where Stephen Boyce in his debate against me was like, I've gone through all these 59 places. I'm not sure where you got the 190 from. It's like from the back of the Textus Receptus, the one that Scrivener did. So no, it's got 59. So, I don't know what you're talking about, Stephen, but it was in the middle of the debate. He's talking about this, and he's saying Timothy Berg helped him, and I was just like, these guys are just running around. They have really no idea. But anyway, so I wouldn't. This is just ridiculous. Oh, so now he's got the TR 1598. So I guess they're going to here. That's amazing, because when you go to here, I've helped with this website. This is the Textus Receptus Bibles. Now I know for a fact that this is not identical to Beza. Okay, I know that for a fact, because I've spent years putting in Beza's text into my website, Textus Receptus, and I know that basically what this is Scrivener's text with 190 issues looked at and the reading put back in. So it'd be close, but I've found errors in it already. And so even if you just go to 2 John, let's have a look at this. Whom I love in the truth. So it has 10 Alethian. So it's talking about whom I love in the truth, and not I only, but also all those who have known the truth. Okay, so it has in Alethea here, in truth. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at. Whom I love in the truth. Now the N is not in Beza. In the King James, it has who I love in truth, not in the truth. So this is actually a variant in the New King James. And so I know there's differences here, and that's not in any of the lists of Beza, not in any of the lists of Scrivener. It's just something, I just know this chapter quite well. Ho presbyteros eclecta curia, kaitos electos, Teknois oftais us ego agapo and aletheia. And so this is one of the first Greek verses that I'd memorized back in 2002, I think it was. And so I just know this verse and I just spotted it and went, oh, that's 9 visas. And so I'm going through all this stuff. So it's interesting. He's linking to this website. But amazingly, if you go down the bottom of the website, it's got, okay, Textus Receptus Bibles. Okay, so this is the Stephanus one. But if we go to, or if we just go to the home page, or at the bottom, at the bottom of every interlinear page, it has a link to my website. So that's quite interesting. And Mark Ward on his website is inadvertently linking to my website. And Keith Mason did used to have a link to mine there, so he must have taken it off. Mark Ward wrongly said that I run that website, or I don't. I just helped it with it. Okay, so let's get back to the video because I want to finish this.
Put them all in English, and I tried to get my Textus Receptus friends to work on this with me because the whole point was to be totally neutral, just the facts, man.
Sure.
I barely scraped together one guy who was willing to contribute to this project. They just had no interest, or understandably, I get this, no trust in me. You know, what's he?
I wouldn't trust you at all, Mark. But so I barely got together one guy. It was because I showed you that there were 4 issues just in Matthew alone, Matthew 1. I mean, how many do I have to correct all your sloppy scholarship? Do I have to do this for you? Aren't you the scholar who's supposed to be? It's your idea. It's like, imagine me going, oh, I've got this idea, and I contacted Mark Ward and all his friends. No one wanted to help me. It's like, yeah, it's because they see your idea as silly, you know. So, and you're very biased. And look at, I just showed you Revelation 1:8, sloppy scholarship, either sloppy or disingenuous. And he doesn't have it highlighted, the book of the generation, where it has the book of the genealogy in every modern Bible. So he knows this. He's like, I'm the wordsmith. I'm the guy who's going to show you the correct readings in the King James. What, he's going to overlook generation and genealogy? Or did he get that from me? They sure make Erasmus look like the dumbest scholar ever. Yeah. Are they really your friends if they don't trust you? I thought friendship is built on love and trust. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't trust that Mark Ward has the skills to do this. If he was genuinely motivated to do this, you know, I believe he's probably using my version there to go through and look at an update. So that would be interesting for me to go through and see if his update and my update have sort of similar links in the way it's translated. I can't remember if he actually translates that with these thous and thys sort of thing. Oops, table of contents. Just go back to Matthew 1. Okay, begat. Okay, so he's got the old words, begat. Okay. And when we go through, and he shall be called Jesus, and his name shall be Jesus. Picking him, virgin shall be with child. Shall call his name. Thy. Okay, so he's using the Old English, thy. Okay. So he just must think that generation is an old archaic way of saying genealogy. That's what he's done there. Anyway, let's continue.
Doing with this. But I haven't had anyone come along and give credible critiques of it either afterward. I just can't get them interested.
in nearly every video that I do of Mark Ward, I show the parallel Bible. I show where in Revelation chapter 1, verse 8, there is a problem. And because I don't think he's saved, and I think he's just causing massive problems in the body of Christ and all the rest of it, he probably, I got no doubt he's probably watching my videos, but it's like, why doesn't he change that? Fix that. I've found that for you, Mark. Fix it. But you come along, and so the reason that I haven't written to him personally and gone, Mark, this is wrong, and it's because I don't want to. Why am I cleaning up his mess? He's coming against our position. Why would I be helping this guy, in his deception?
Because they think they have the solution. I'm going to stick with this text. I don't have to bother with any of this. In a way, I wish they were right. Again, I say that it's fun for me. I enjoy this sort of thing. You appear to enjoy it even more than I do because you've done way more collating than I have. I did what I was required to do for class. You've done it beyond class. And this is what gave you the ability to give this kind of popularization. But when when I look at the world God gave us, I have to submit to what he actually did. And it's so helpful to try to organize this massive amount of information. Another reason that people, I think, don't do the sufficient sampling is it's just such a flood of detail. They don't know how to organize it all. And it's so much easier to just say, forget it all. I'm going with this text, no matter what it is. And for most people, that's all they actually really need.
No matter what it is, and for most people, that's all they need to do. Well, why can't they go with the TR then? Why do you have to be a cultist? You're saying they can go with the TR, but then if you do, you're a cultist.
To do, but when you're causing division over this with other Christians, maybe you need to dig into it more.
Who's the one causing divisions, Mark? We were here first. We had the Bible here first. You guys with your new fandangled ShamWow Bibles have come along and disturbed the peace.
What you've done is you've organized that information for just one chapter of the Bible. Of course, you say this is representative of all the others. I think you're right, because I've looked at tons and tons and tons of examples. But those who want to do this work now have a tool. You could go do this. With a little help and a little Greek study, you could go collate yourself. All the information is out there. You can use the categories that Daryl has provided to organize the information and see for yourself. Do these differences actually matter? Even the ones that are difficult and have some difference in meaning. How serious are they? Do we really have to freak out? Do we really have to divide from other Christians and say that what they're doing is satanic because their Bible says that the Jews went out saying, and ours says they went out thinking?
So notice now they've separated this chapter from every other chapter. It's like, look, we found this one verse that doesn't change in any of the editions. So therefore there's no changes. It's like, deal with the change. Why do you always have to go to the lowest denominator? Why are you going to the place where the book where there's hardly any variance, to the chapter where there's hardly any variance, and going there? And but he's still misrepresenting this. We'll have a look in a sec.
If you're going to divide over that, you listen to this verse. I'm going to wag my finger at people out there. These 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him.
So we're committing an abomination by defending the readings of the Bible. Okay, listen to this.
And one of them is those who sow discord among brethren. If you're going to divide over that, then you are sowing discord among brethren. That is sin.
So he's saying if we follow Revelation, if we follow Revelation chapter 22, verse 18 and 19, and we say we believe that, we're the ones committing a sin, not the ones who are breaking that commandment. And it says your part will be taken from the book of life. They're not the ones committing a sin. We're the ones committing a sin for upholding that verse. For in Proverbs where it says, don't add or subtract from the words of God, don't change them. When it says in Deuteronomy, just read Psalm 119. All the way through that, there's this whole theme of God's word being pretty much solid and, unshakable. Heaven and earth will pass away. My words shall by no means pass. Yet if we believe those things, we are the ones causing division. We're hateful. It's just this. He may as well just say, you guys are racist, or you're hateful. What, don't you read the Bible, Mr. Ward? How do you interpret Revelation chapter 22, verse 18 and 19? How do you interpret that? How can you commit that sin if you don't know where the words are? You're like, I don't know where the words are. We can, I've got my apparatus and I can delete. And it just showed you how many variants there are more variants than the actual words. Okay, so can you go through and just change any one of those readings to just whatever variant there is, to the 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever variants that he showed, and it's fine? That's what James White says. My Bible is in the NA28 and the variants. Okay, that means you've got 400,000 different readings you can choose from. Peter Gurry said 500.
I don't always get that blunt here, but after hearing this excellent presentation, my heart is full, my righteous soul is vexed over people taking these minor things and dividing Christians over it. It should.
He's vexed. I mean, can't we just all get together like Carlo Martini did with the Protestants, Kurt Aland and Metzger, and can't we all get together like they did with the Orthodox Church as well in 1972, where Metzger said now the Catholics, the Orthodox, and the Protestants all have one Bible? Can't we all get together like Faithlife and Logos and just all sing Kumbaya around reading the Pope's memoirs? I mean, can't we all just get a good paycheck from Faithlife?
Wouldn't be happening. Daryl, what you did is excellent. Look at my notes a little bit. Last thing, unless you have a perfect copy, this is the work you're going to have to do. Just remember, and I honor you, Daryl, for the clear, not just hours, but years of work you put into this. It went by quickly, everybody, but when he said, I've collated this number of manuscripts, now what was the number for John 11?
Just about 1,400, just short.
Okay.
1,400. Yeah.
Collating 1,400 manuscripts means reading 1,400 of them and comparing them letter by letter with some standard. And
I'll just
listing
say
out
it's
all
a
the
really
differences.
clean. Yeah, if it's a clean manuscript, it takes about 30 minutes. If it's very clean and there's very few variations, so
And
you can understand. Yeah, it
that's
takes
a
a
life.
while.
What Daryl just gave you was the distillation in 1 hour of years of labor.
Yep.
You ought to be grateful for that. Is there any way that people, I don't know, do you have an online presence? Can people follow any more of your work?
I really don't. I don't have a Twitter account. I don't have any way people can follow me or anything. So that my nose has been in the research here for years now, and so.
Well, thanks
so
for
you're my
coming
first
out.
exposure to it.
Thanks for bringing out treasures new and old, and we'll get together here after this and talk about what to make available to everybody and how, and I can make your presentation available to folks, and we'll talk about that second presentation. Thank you so much. I pray that the Lord allows us to have this second conversation, that we figure out a way to do that workshop on YouTube. Let's talk about that. And those of you who want to say thanks to Daryl, just say it in the comments, and I'll try to keep him alert to any questions that he can answer better than I can. Thank you so much, Daryl. God bless you, brother.
You too. God bless. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I'll just put that down. Yeah, I'll just go quickly through what I want to go through. Now, I'll just go through these comments first. So, if you only did enough just to pass your class, then how can you call yourself a guru or an expert? So basically, Mark Ward is saying you can be a Greek scholar even though you are not a Greek scholar. We'll see, you're a Greek scholar up to their standards where you don't even have to know Greek. You know, obviously this other guy, if he's reading through a manuscript in 30 minutes, he's reading through that chapter and he's collating it, I would say he can read Greek. That's great. I would say Mark Ward, it would take him 30 minutes to get through like two verses. He'd be with dictionaries and logos and all the rest of it. And so King James Version onlyists are in sin, even though by default KJV Bible believers were here first. Yeah, it's so we're just, anyone who believes that you shouldn't add to or subtract from the Bible is, I guess, we're in sin. Mark Ward's favorite utopia is the not causing division scam. Yeah, the ecumenical. Don't judge. It's like an atheist going, you're judging. It's so theologically void of any type of substance. The Bible clearly says, mark those that cause division and teach things contrary to what you've learned and avoid them. So if they're teaching some, what have we learned is, even as a society, we know that King James, they're teaching stuff that we haven't learned, so avoid them. Get rid of them. Mark them means write about them. Even though Jesus said he came to divide. Yeah, absolutely. Jesus came to bring a sword, but apparently Mark Ward is going to rebuke Jesus when he gets to, the judgment. I wouldn't say he's going to heaven. When he gets to the judgment, he can turn around and say, hey, Jesus, I just want to tell you that you are a divisive man, Matthew 23 is a disgusting chapter, and you just should pull your head in. You know, why are you behaving like that? Why didn't you read How to Win Friends and Influence People and behave like that? You know. Sorry about that. I've got this new mouse that I got for $10 at. Hang on, I'll just put this on. I'm sharing a screen. Share. Okay. So I've got this new mouse that I got for $10 at like in a bargain basement thing. I'll try and show you a picture of it. It looks like it's like a full gaming mouse, but it's got these buttons on the side, and if you actually press them, the page goes back. So I was in StreamYard and I went back, and so I had to re-enter in. So sorry about that. Yeah, so Jesus is a sinner, causing division, getting angry, you know. But if you've got a sinful savior, you can relate to him, I guess. Or the Hillsong crew can relate to having a pedophile as a leader. And so, you know, Justin Bieber and all that. I mean, what sin could you do that would be frowned upon if they're covering up pedophilia? I mean, they'll probably cover up your adultery and your marijuana smoking and all the rest of it. Shati said, sound like a butt kissing in this portion of the video. I mean, I've got no doubt this guy, he's a smart guy, he's a scholar, and I would say I didn't really pick up from him that type of animosity and venom that Mark Ward has. Mark Ward is like, you know, when you're sort of talking to older people and you bring up something, you talk about the war, and they're like, you know, their lips start shaking and they're like, you know, that's what Mark Ward, to me, when he's talking about TR people and the absolutists, he sort of goes into this, I'm offended at these people and I'm going to make sure that they pay. They're bullying me, you know, sort of thing. But with this other guy, I didn't pick that up at all. I just felt like he was doing scholarship and all the rest of it. And I think, and I see people like that, like even Jeff Riddle and Robert Truelove and these other guys have testimonies of them, you know, being in the critical text sort of camp and then going, hang on, and then going to a majority text and then going to a TR position. So I would hope that that's what happens to this guy, you know. So get pure in all ages. What about standing disagreements over ecclesiology, sacramentology, and eschatology? Is that also divisive? Well, see, that's the thing. You know, this is the only sin that apparently we can commit, is by saying we believe that we have all the words of the Bible. Now, if we disagree with that and say, well, like, we only have some of the words of the Bible, then we're fine. Even if we chose an Aramaic primacy position, I'm sure that they would slap us on the back and say, you good guy. If we went to James Snap's position, where who knows what his text is. I mean, I've gone through his Greek text, and I think he did Matthew. Yeah, he did Matthew and did a English translation of it. So I went through that. But I mean, where are those Bibles where, you know, Jesus said, go into all the world and preach the gospel to all nations? I mean, where's that happened with that text or the majority text? And and so, yeah, I mean, if we're pre-tribulational, I mean, is Mark Ward going to disfellowship me and say that I'm causing division? And so basically we have to do everything Mark Ward's way or the highway. You know, we have to agree with him and his gurus, or we are in a cult. And it's just strange. It's very strange. And it's double-minded, where 1 minute he's saying, you can read the TR if you want, read the King James if you want, that's fine. But if you're going to demonize other people for, you know, having this text, but isn't he demonizing us? You know what I mean? Aren't there people who are just there reading the King James quite happily, and they're going through life, and then they meet Mark Ward, and he's like, you know, you're reading this Bible, it has all these problems. You can't read, you know, you can't read it, you can't understand it. I was referring to Mark Ward. It sounds like he's kissing the scholar's butt in that portion. Yeah, absolutely. Because he's overshowering him with compliments. I mean, the guy's done a pretty good job, though. I mean, I understand what you're saying there, Ishoti, but I would say also that he's done a very good job, and that is the sort of work. It's like, okay, that's interesting, but at the end of the day, let's have a look at the only place where Scion of Zion mentions. Okay, so we'll go down to John 11. Where are we? 11:41. So it has this, and they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid. So that's missing in the modern versions. Okay, so let's go down. So in the TR, this is missing Uain o Teth Nakos Kemenos. So that's missing. That's been deleted from or amended from the traditional text. So we're looking at Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, Framing Scriptures, Beza Cantabrigensis, and a bunch of others. And so manuscripts which agree with the TR, basically the Byzantine text, and a few others. Published critical texts with corruptions, they omit this. So Griesbach, Luckman, Tischendorf, Tregelles, Alfred, in a 28th. It's interesting. To the affected teaching. Okay, so this is Ken Matto. So Ken Matto, he passed away, I think it was like about 2 years ago. So he was part of the Dean Burgon Society. Now he has, so this, I haven't read this, so I'm just reading through what he says. This mutilated verse is right in the important account of the raising of Lazarus. The omitted portion is very important because it specifically states that Lazarus was in the place where the dead was laid. This portion of scripture is a confirmation that Lazarus was indeed dead and was not in a state of physical sleep or just being sick. This part of scripture is vital because it leads up to the point when the Lord Jesus Christ raised Lazarus from the dead. To omit this portion of scripture allows the readers of the modern versions to create a belief that Lazarus was not dead, but that Jesus did not have any authority over death. This would make it an attack on the deity of Christ. It also takes away the hope of the believer that if they physically die before the return of Christ, there would be no resurrection. The omitted part of Scripture is a great part which brings comfort that death has no authority over the Lord Jesus Christ, and because of that, it has no authority over the Christian either. Once again, the King James Bible brings forth a great comfort for the true believer, while the modern versions omit a great truth. So yeah, then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid. So it's definitely saying that he's dead. He's not asleep. He's dead there. And Jesus lifted up his eyes and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. And so notice this verse was brought up, lifted up his eyes, and he was saying all these variants to heaven and all that. But notice he didn't bring this one up. So this is where I find this scholarship is not thorough. It's not genuine. I mean, we're talking about a difference between the King James and modern versions, and obviously this is a difference between Westcott and Hort text and the traditional text. And so why wasn't that mentioned? Kept hearing all ages for a good point. Yeah, it was a great point. It's projection. He's projecting the cult-like behavior on us. Yeah, absolutely. And so if you're a pervert, you just automatically assume that everyone else is a pervert. If you're a liar, I've found people like this. You do something and they're like, oh, and they accuse you of lying. Usually straight away I go, this person is probably a compulsive liar, because they can't fathom that someone would just tell the truth and be living honestly. And they're like, oh, you're lying, or that you've stolen my thing. And it's like, why would you accuse me of that? I've never stolen anything of yours. And it's like, because they project onto you what they are. And so that's what I find, like James White and these other scholars, they project onto Erasmus and these other guys that Erasmus and Stephanus and Beza are like them, that they're sort of these fumbling scholars, who hardly know anything. The King James Bible is an end game. Cults can't fool you if you believe the Bible is preserved and reads truth. And yeah, absolutely, that's a great point. And also for your own personal faith to go, these are the words of God, to open the Bible and know that it's like opening the mouth of God and he's going to speak to you. That is a game changer for any Christian. If you open the Bible and you're like, well, imagine opening like a bag and you're reaching in there and you pull out, the woman you caught in adultery. It's like, oh, I think that's not scripture. That's Dan Wallace's favorite scripture that's not in the Bible. Get rid of that last 12 verses of Mark. Yeah, okay, what else is in there? One good thing, we can use that. There's so much in the Bibles that they say are apocryphal, or James White says are Gnostic. How could you trust what you're reading? If you can't trust, if someone is going to lie to you and say the wrong thing, or if you rang me up for some spiritual advice, but you knew that I believed Enoch was part of the canon, you'd be like, is he going to give the right advice? You know what I mean? And so having a trustworthy authority, this changes a Christian's life. That's why I've given my life to this. So many different areas, I was like, oh, this doctrine and this teaching will help, and it just kept coming back to authority and where your authority is. And people, half the charismatic movement are chasing after a guru to give them a word, when all they have to do is read the Bible. The scriptures there will give you 1,000 times more assurance than some Benny Hinn forehead slapping, money grabbing dude who's just going to give you some emotional word. You can just read the words of Jesus and get all that. And so what I've seen is over the years in dealing with issues, it always comes back to authority. Helg says, advertisement for the critical text. New text complete with omissions and variant readings from the oldest and best manuscripts. Subject to change. Yeah, that's great. That's how it should be advertised. That would be an honest advertisement. David W. Daniels says it well. Do we want a Bible of faith or of doubt? Yeah, and do you want a Bible that, the vast majority of people who believe in this Bible are Orthodox people. And so in a sense where, you look at the people who compiled the Bible, you look through, Stephanus and Erasmus, and even Erasmus, he had some Catholic leanings, but it was cleaned up by Stephanus. It was cleaned up by Erasmus, by Beza, and the King James translators. They had an Orthodox spirit behind them, and I wouldn't agree with some of their things. I wouldn't agree with the issues of, child baptism and things like that. But at the end of the day, the vast majority of things that they're talking about, I would be in agreement with. And compare that to Westcott and Hort with Unitarians hanging around. So basically, Mark Ward's saying, oh, we're causing division. Isn't it causing division by having Unitarians work on the text? Isn't it causing division by having Jesuits work on the text? So what's his view of division? How come he's not saying, oh, he knew who Carlo Martini was. When the picture came up, he's like, oh, that's Bruce Metzger. And he went, Carlo Martini, he said, like he was ordering one. But he knows who this guy is, and he's not doing videos on him. Maybe Faithlife have restricted him on doing anything about Martini. I wonder if that would be true, because Verbum and Faithlife and Logos are all the same sort of beast, with several heads. And Mark Ward's getting fed by this monster. And so, I wonder if he's been slapped over the hand and hey, don't talk about Carlo Martini. Don't talk about George Van Smith, the Unitarian. Don't talk about the Trinitarian Bible Society, leaving the Bible Society because of the Unitarian influence there. Don't talk about all that. So, why didn't they go through this part of the text? It just seems strange. And so, okay, we'll just shut that down. We went through that. So that was from the place where the dead was laid. So that's there. So when we look at the New King James, sometimes just a bit of a trick that you can use if you want to know where variants are, especially, variants that have a bit of translational meaning. Just go to the New King James and look at the footnotes, because oftentimes they're thorough. Now, there are places where they do miss the boat, but most of the time I go through these when I'm doing translational work and make sure that they line up. So we're still supposing that she was going and omits that. So we've looked at that, and we've looked at the U there as well. Textual variants. Okay, so we've got the Step Bible. We can look at John 11, and we can go through all of those variants and check all that out, but we haven't really got time. Textual key of the Trinitarian Bible Society, it has verse 11, from the place where the dead was laid, and it also has Jesus. So Jesus is missing from Mark Ward's favorites. So this is NA 28 here, and this is a page that I've created on my website, just showing the differences. So this is NA 28 on this side, and this is the text of Scrivener on that side. So say verse 1, exactly the same, identical, except for a comma. Okay. Maria and Miriam. The Curion has a capital key there, K there. So you might just have, instead of having basically a full stop, you have a comma. So slight variations. Capitalization of the omega. So I'm just going through, having a look at some of these changes. Not very similar. Okay, nothing to see there. No, that's all fine. Capitalization. Okay, so the definite article is gone there. Marthin, so that wouldn't even be translatable. The Chi is gone from there, and so and Pasperi. So those around Marthin and Marian. Okay, so you can see most of these differences are just in spelling and things like that, but we do have places where Jesus was taken out, say verse 45, we can clearly see Jesus is taken out there. And so he wasn't really talking about that. Okay, looks like that is all taken out. Verse 41. And that's the one we were looking at, verse 41. Sorry, this doesn't make for good listening, but I'm nearly finished. Tidying up to its ends. Yeah, that's the place where the dead were laid. So we looked at that one. So that's quite a big variant. So this is a great tool that I've got on my website, because what I've done is I've put in, if you look at the page, it just shows you the text of Scrivener. But what I did is I pasted in the text of the 28th edition, then I pasted in the text of Scrivener, and then I've gone to history, and then I go to the last, and it shows you where there's differences. So this is very helpful. So sometimes I'll do this with TR editions. I'll look at the MEV and the New King James side by side. You can see where they've copied the New King James and things like that, which is quite interesting. Okay, so I think that's about it. So I'll shut that down. We don't need to look at that, or any of those. So I think that's about it. So a few more comments here, and then I'm going to pack it up. My wife is not as knowledgeable on the text critical subject as any of us, but she can see the gig with text critical believers. She said she can see how often they criticize the King James Version. And that's the thing, they can't, like even Mark Ward, he can't just let this guy do his program and go, oh, that's it. He has to interject and go, yeah, they think it's Satan doing this, and just confuse everything. Because really, this would have been a great opportunity for Mark Ward to go, well, this is what Bart Ehrman thinks. Let's talk about Bart Ehrman, and but he wants to focus. He's got a real bee in his bonnet about TRP, and he can't control his emotions over it. She said they cause so much confusion when teaching Bible doctrine whenever they go to the Greek. And that's so true. Do you know of any English Eastern Orthodox Bible if any Eastern Orthodox Bible use only the majority text readings? No. When I was in Melbourne, Australia, where I was brought up, you have Athens, Thessaloniki, then the next biggest population in the world of Greeks is in Melbourne, Australia. So I grew up around lots of Greeks, used to work with Greeks. There's heaps of really good Greek restaurants in Melbourne. And I went to a bookshop there and I bought a whole bunch of charts and a book on grammar, which is very helpful. And I said, so the Orthodox, because there's heaps of Orthodox down in Melbourne, I said, which English Bible do they use? He said, the King James. He said the King James is closest to their text. And so they would be going with the 1904 text, 1912 text. So, so that's the one that they go with. And so even the Greeks don't go with the majority text. They have 1 John 5:7 in their Bible, in their Greek text. So this is the thing. These majority text guys are going way back to this period of time that even the Orthodox Church has moved on from that, understanding, solecisms and Greek errors and obvious errors of homoiouton and things like that. So I've got Philip Comfort's book on variance. Okay, so that's good. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for all your interaction. It's been great and it's been very helpful. I think I'm going to bail because I've gone for 4 hours and 36 minutes and I want to have a bit of a break. So thanks for joining us, and hopefully Mark Ward will watch this, or maybe some of his fanboys, and I'm going to paste this video around the internet and see if I can stir up the hornet's nest, or as Peter Van Cleek says, poke the bear. So let's poke the bear, and maybe we can all poke the bear somehow this week, and next week we can get together and talk about how we poked the bear and what happened. All right, guys, I'll see you next time. God bless you.